lines and stuff. I'm gonna go change before like. Okay, yeah. Well,
Do it tomorrow.
What?
Do it tomorrow.
But yeah, I'm gonna go change this and stuff. I'm not the same thing. And better not say anything. Don't go far out of order for wearing and then, no, I think that there might be a change, which is like, or that's just the only thing I might be. Okay. I mean, even if I just like.
Howdy.
Howdy.
I want to first start, before I bring this meeting to order, I want to first start by welcoming you all, welcoming the guests. It's our second meeting in the summer session, so whoops to that. And so we're going to have a good meeting. So I call this meeting to order at 7:08. We will now have opening roll call.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
Howdy. SVP Brooks.
Howdy.
Chief Justice Smith. Speaker Clark.
Howdy.
Myself. Chair Johnson.
Howdy.
Chair Day. Howdy. Abdullah. Amin.
Howdy.
Anderson. Andrus.
Howdy.
Arambula. Howdy. Argamany.
Howdy.
Banks.
Howdy.
Benke.
Howdy.
Birnbaum.
Howdy.
Black.
Howdy.
Redmeyer.
Howdy.
Brown. Camp. Howdy. Castleman. Christie. Chunga.
Howdy.
Collins. Compton. Howdy. Cook.
Howdy.
Cox. Cruz. Howdy. Diamantouros.
Howdy.
Sorry. Economides. Howdy. Edmondson.
Howdy.
Evans.
Howdy.
Hale.
Yeah, howdy.
Allie Hope. Howdy. Jillian Hope. Howdy. Hernandez.
Howdy.
Pingarani.
Howdy.
Hong. Howdy. Cole.
Howdy.
Jacobson.
Howdy.
Dejong. I like Dejong.
Oh, it's, yeah.
Howdy, sorry. Julia Krog. Howdy. Olivia Krog.
Howdy.
Lisa Boya. Little.
Howdy.
Maples.
Howdy.
McCabe.
Howdy.
McCaskill. Howdy. Meloche.
Howdy.
Monroy.
Howdy.
Moody.
Howdy.
Moore. Jordan.
Howdy.
Morgan Moore. Howdy. Lewis Moreno.
Howdy.
Newsoff.
Howdy.
Ogier.
Howdy.
Pardo. Parker.
Howdy.
Peterson. Phillips.
Howdy.
Ramirez.
Howdy.
Rebeloso.
Howdy.
Roberts.
Howdy.
Rossi. Salazar.
Howdy.
Serrato.
Howdy.
Shabazani. Smart.
Howdy.
Spalding. Siegel.
Howdy.
Stein. Howdy. Sweet. Tilson.
Howdy.
Tran. Turpin. Walker.
Howdy.
Warnke. Howdy. Westbrook.
Howdy.
Wilson. Wolf. Howdy.
Cool. We will now go into a period of invocation and pledges of allegiance given by Ben Johnson, who is our aura chair. Please stand.
Can everyone bow their heads? Dear God, thank you for this wonderful day. Thank you for bringing us together and just be with us in this room and help us to represent the student body and have a good, fast, efficient meeting. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I pledge.
Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank Thank you, Chair Johnson. We'll now move to the mission statement and the Aggie Honor Code recitation. That will be given by the longest serving non-officer senator, which is Andrew Cook.
Texas A&M University Student Senate represents all students in order to enhance the Texas A&M experience within our university and communities through research, legislation, and advocacy in accordance with the core values of our institution. And Aggie does not cheat. Aggie does not lie, cheat, or steal. Tolerate those who do.
We will now have the singing of the Spirit of Aggie.
Someday goes the proudest home of the school begins so grand, but there's a spirit in every soul. It's the spirit of Aggie land. We are the Aggies are we. True to each other as Aggies can be. We've got to fight, boys, we've got to fight. We've got to fight for maroon and white. After we listed all the rest, and join the best. We are the Aggies are we. We're from Texas A&C.
Yeah, we don't do the humping. So now we go into a period of open forum. We will start with Julian Hogg, a special education major representing Delta Gamma, and she is part of the class of 2020.
Hey.
That was weak.
Sorry.
You have 2.5 minutes starting at howdy.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
So I'm Jillian. And I'm Anne Marie. And we're from Delta Gamma. We have our philanthropy event coming up on April 20th. It's Anchor Splash. It's kind of like a synchronized swimming. And so different men's organizations are going to come out and do a little show and help us raise some money for our philanthropy. So come out, support your men's organizations. Tickets are $7 from a DG, so you can buy from either one of us. Or if you want to buy them at the door, they're going to be $10. It's at 6:30 at the rec. So it's going to be a lot of fun. There'll be some pretty interesting things to watch, so y'all should definitely come on. Yeah, and our philanthropy is service for sight. So we're just trying to help give back and really help implement some things into the lives of the visually impaired. So we really want y'all's help to make a difference in their lives. So if y'all have any questions, feel free to contact us. Thank you.
Thank you. Board been good. Now, hold on, a 5-minute question and answer. So does anybody have any questions for them? Hearing none, we'll move on.
Thank y'all. Thank you.
Now you can. We will next have Senator Morgan Moore, a marketing major, representing gymnastics, and she is part of the class of 2018. Hey! Woo!
Howdy. First of all, congrats to all who got their rings. Okay, second of all, I just wanted to give you a little update. Our gymnastics nationals competition was last week, and that's why I wasn't here for the meeting for 69. But anyway, our women's team got first in the nation. So that's cool. And then we had a ton of individuals place, including my boyfriend. He got second place, high bar in the nation, and 5th place all around. So that was really awesome. So yeah, open questions. Go ahead.
All right, the floor has been yielded. Now, anybody have any questions for our presenters? Hearing none, I see that Morgan Moore is on for a second time, representing, I guess, Student Senate, and she is going to be talking about SUPCO.
SUPCO. Okay, so just to let you know, I won't be there, but tonight you should go to the Chicken after the meeting if you want to go play some dominoes, or if you're of age to have drinks with friends or something like that. As long as you just get to know each other. So if you haven't been, I really encourage you to go. I won't be there because I have surgery in the morning, but I will be there for the next one. So
If anybody has any questions.
All right, the floor is yielded. Any questions? Hearing none, thank you very much. We now have Kaylee Trotter, kinesiology major from class council, and she's part of the class of 2020.
Hey.
Okay.
Well, we can do better than that.
Yeah, very much.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
Again, my name is Kaylee Trotter, and I'm Ashley Foley, and we're members of class councils. We're here to talk to y'all on behalf of Fish Fest. A little background information, Fish Fest was created as the official freshman class tradition in 2005 by our wonderful advisor, Greg Skane. And our mission is to unite the freshman body by celebrating our accomplishments and everything we've done the first year. And so Fish Fest will be held next Thursday, April 20th, from 5:30 to 8:30 on the architecture quad, which is the big grassy area behind the liberal arts building.
So the things that we have for the freshman class are a lot of entertainment, such as the Yell Leaders and the Wranglers and the dance team. We have a lot of free food for them to consume and some games. We also are having a giveaway, so anyone can enter. We are also selling shirts in the NSC for the class. They look like this on the front, and then have this cute little design on the back. And all proceeds will go towards our class gift.
Cool. Is that all? The floor has been yielded. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thanks again.
We will now close the period of open forum, and we will now move into a period of swearing in any new senators that have not been sworn in yet. So do we have any that haven't been sworn in yet? One?
Yes, sir.
All right, come down to the front, and we're gonna have our Associate Justice swear them in. Everybody, please rise.
So raise your right hand. I state your name, do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office of State Your Office
the duties of the office of student senator
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
the Texas A&M Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body
and to promote good relations
and to promote good relations
between the students and those concerned with the university.
between students and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations.
Now we will have a special presentation from our speaker, Pro Tempore Wayne. You have 10 minutes beginning at Howdy.
All right, howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
So I am up here today to go through the Google Drive. We have had a lot of issues in the past dealing with the Google Drive, so I'm here to explain it to you step by step where everything is and what to expect. So first of all, I have sent an email sheet around the room. It has your email, your phone number, your caucus, and your name. Please check and make sure that your email and phone number are correct. If it's not correct, write it down in the blank and then initial. That way, whenever I do send out emails, you guys are receiving them at the right place. So basic rundown, everything in Senate is done through the Google Drive. The Drive will be your best friend, so most of the questions that you have throughout your time in Senate can be answered through there. So to start, I have not released access to this Drive. Hopefully by the end of the week, I will send out a mass email that has a link where you will be able to access it. So once you click on that link, it should appear, all the files should appear in your shared with me section on your Drive. And then all you have to do is drag that folder into my Drive, and then it'll be there all the time for you to access. So as senators, you will be limited to view only, so you won't be able to edit anything in the Drive. And then, let me see. Yeah, make sure you drag the entire folder over for easy access. So when you first open it up, you're gonna see all of these different folders. I know that it's a little bit small, You should, first of all, see the Senate manual, and you should have all already received a copy of that manual. If you didn't, it's now available for you to access whenever you want, whether you want to access it online or you want to download a PDF copy for yourself. This will be your cheat sheet in Senate and will also help you learn the basics while you're still adjusting to your position. Now we're going to start by going into Senator resources. So if you could click on that. So this is really important, and I need everybody to pay attention because I don't want to receive 50 emails tomorrow morning asking me about it. So to start, here you will first see a resolution and a bill template. Whenever we start reviewing legislation and you can start presenting legislation, here you can click on either one of those just so we can take a look at what that looks like. So this is going to be basically a guideline showing you exactly how to fill in a bill or a resolution. Please do not mess with the spacing. Whenever we pass legislation, we print it out, and the spacing is perfectly formatted to fit our stationery. So just fill in what you need to fill in and take out what you need to take out. Don't mess with the up and down spacing. So also, if you could go back, there's also a Senate 70th contact sheet right there. So somebody requested this. This is here. This is everybody's email, everybody's phone number. It's available for everyone to access. If you ever have a question to ask anybody in this room, you now have access to it. So that's all there. And then could you go back to the main page? All right, so also a copy of the 69th code is in here. This is all of the rules and regulations that we have in place for the 69th session. It's not updated yet for the 70th, but if you have any questions about anything else, you can find those answers in the code. The two most important things in here are the absence sheet and the absence request form. So we're going to start with the absence request form. Basically, I've had a couple people email me for today. I know that today's a religious holiday for some people, so they've missed. So in the future, if you ever miss a meeting, I need you to fill out this form 48 hours in advance to a meeting, put in your name and your caucus, the date that you will be absent, and then put in a reason for your absence in that little paragraph bar down there. So any absences that are considered university excused, so if you have a religious holiday, if you have a funeral, if you're sick and dying, and if you have an exam scheduled for this time, that is automatically excused. However, we understand that there are absences that are often in the gray area. So if you're working, your dog ate your homework, you didn't feel like coming, you can put that in as well, and IA will vote on that. So whenever the officers have their next meeting, if a majority decides that that is a meritable reason for an excused absence, then we will count it as an excused absence, vice versa. So that is how the absence form will work. So you don't need to email me, you just need to fill out the form, and I will know if it's not within 48 hours because when you submit the form, there is a timestamp. So the next most important thing is the absence sheet, which is the big sheet on it. Yeah. So keep in mind that you get 6 unexcused absences and then you are removed from office. You will receive a warning email at 5 absences. Please keep track of this. This is available for everyone to look at any time. So as you can see, a certain senator is absent today because of a religious holiday. So it says that he has 0 absences for this meeting because it is excused. So it will be marked yellow. If it's unexcused, you'll have the number of absences that are there and it will be marked red. Committee absences, once you get assigned to a committee, that will also count as 1 absence. And you can remove an absence by either tabling with constituency affairs or bringing documented proof that you spoke to 2 organizations about student senate. All right. Okay, the next most important thing is going to be committee preferences. So we're going to get into that really quickly. So every single person in this room is required to serve on a committee. So we have different committees like Rules and Regulations, Student Services, Constituency Affairs, and I know you're probably thinking I have no idea what any of these are about. Help. We have descriptions on here, and then tonight after all of our officers are elected, each officer will get up and give a brief description of what their committee does. So that way you guys have an idea of where you'd like to end up. And basically, if you could scroll down, Ben, what you will do is you will put in your full name, and you will get 3 preferences. So you'll go from the one that you most want to be in to the last, and then I will sort you. Please keep in mind that if you would like to be in the Finance Committee, that the Finance Committee is limited to 9 members. 9 members. Okay, 7 or 9 members. And if that is something that you are particularly interested in, I would recommend that you speak to Chair Day at the end of the meeting so that I have your name ahead of time so we can make that consideration. If you do not fill out this form, I will just put you anywhere that you fit. So please do fill out the form. It would be really great to have that. So now we can move into the legislation folder. So obviously, Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, so obviously we don't have any bills right now, but this is where you would find all of your bills, whether it's consent agenda, past legislation, open session legislation, all of that's gonna be in here. You'll have access to be able to view all the legislation there. In the committees folder, so once you get assigned a committee, so say I am going to be in the student services committee. So whoever our student services chair decides, hey, I want to give you guys some research to do, and I'm going to put it in our committees folder. So this is where you would find any and all things that your chair would like to delegate to you. Okay, and then lastly, we have agenda and minutes. And this is where you can find our agenda for every meeting, our minutes, if you want to go back and check and see, I don't know how many times you talked that night. I don't know, random reason. Then you can see where all of that is located. And there's somebody taking minutes right now. And then the IA folder is going to be for IA specifically, so there's nothing really for regular senators to go in there and look at. So basically, to wrap everything up, I will be sending out an email to everybody in the body by the end of this week once I've gotten all of your updated email addresses. Is the email sheet making its way around? Okay. And after, let me see where we are. So in that email, it will have a link to the Google Drive. If you click on the link and it denies you access, that's perfectly okay. Please send me an email. If you send me an email, please specify which session you're in, whether you're in the 70th or you're in the 69th, so that we don't get that mixed up, and I will grant you access. The email will also include a step-to-step instruction guide on how to preference your committee, so in case you forget something that I have said this evening, that is okay. It will be provided in the email for you as well. There will be a deadline for that, so please keep in mind when that deadline will be. I haven't decided on when it'll be. It'll probably be a week from now. That needs to be done so that I can sort you guys in the committees and we can start working as soon as possible. Okay, and then, let's see. Once you have been assigned a committee, I will post a sheet in the Google Drive in the Senator Resources section where you will be notified of which committee you're in, as well as the chair contact information. The chair will reach out to you and probably create a group me, and then you'll know which committee you're in, and then you guys will go from there. So there's another thing that I want to address really quickly. If you have not been added to the Facebook page, please come and see me after the meeting. I have a list of names, and I'll probably read them out whenever we do committee reports, but that Facebook page is really important because anytime that you don't have access to your email, but maybe you have access to Facebook or something, I don't know, it's just a quick reminder system, and it's just something for you guys to be able to keep track of as well, and it's a quick reminder space. And then also, if you have not been added to the Google Groups, basically Google Groups is like a mass email system, so all of you should have received an email yesterday saying that you were added to the Google Groups. If your email was wrong on the email sheet, you probably didn't receive it. So if you did not receive a Google Groups email, please also come and see me after this meeting, because if you are not on that, then you will miss every single important email concerning the session, and you will probably get kicked out, which we don't want to happen. And then just some general housekeeping. For the seating chart, I have created a seating chart, but I'm going to finalize it for the next meeting because we don't have chairs yet. It doesn't really make sense to assign seats, so by the next meeting, you will have seats in place. Feel free to contact me.
Senator Wilson, you have a motion?
Senator Wilson, off campus, I motion to extend the period of presentation by 1 minute.
All right, same motion with second. We can move and second to extend the period of presentation by 1 minute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it and the motion carries. We'll add 1 minute.
So there's also going to be a possible all Senate retreat, so that's really exciting because we haven't done something like that since the 54th session. And let me see. Basically, main takeaways. If you didn't hear any of that, this is what to listen to. Be on the lookout for an email. Read all of the email. Please read all of the email. I'm begging you to read all of the email. Ask me if you have any questions at all. There are no dumb questions ever. Feel free to email me whenever you want. And I will post an update on Facebook once that email is sent. So if you don't receive the email, comment on that post, email me something, ask your friends, and that's basically all I have for y'all. So I'm open for questions.
All right, the floor has been yielded. We will now have a 5-minute question and answer, and we're going to start with Chair Day.
Chair Day, college science. So when you say that it's 6 absences, you get a warning, or 6 absences, you are done?
6 absences and you're done.
Okay. Any other questions? Chair Day.
Chair Day, college science. Can you get absences from roll call votes, and if so, where are they?
You cannot get absences from roll call votes, correct?
Oh, is that a ruling? No, I'm just joking. I'm not sure. But
I'm pretty sure that's,
thank you. Yeah, there's your answer. Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Pro Tem Wang. We will now move into a period of officer elections, and we will start with the Legislative Affairs Chair. So now I'm going to open it up for nominations. So do we have any nominations for Legislative Affairs Chair? Senator, what?
Senator DeMatteis off campus, and Senator Economides.
Okay. Senator Economides, do you accept?
I accept.
Okay. Any other nominations?
Senator McKay, College of Engineering. I would like to nominate Senator Brown, if he is here.
he is not.
He is not here. Any other nominations? Seeing none, I will close the,
Pro Temp Wang,
Pro Temp
I have a
Wang.
nomination.
please state.
I'd like to nominate Senator Katina.
Oh.
Economides.
Oh, she's
sorry,
already-
sorry.
yeah, she's
Sorry.
Yeah, okay. So, seeing no more nominations, I'm going to close the period of nominations. Now, since this is a one-person race, the candidate will have 5 minutes presentation. Or if she wants to do 3 minutes presentations, 2 minutes character witness, she can break it up the way she wants to. And then we'll have a 5-minute question and answer, and then we will go into a period of voting. And so you have 5 minutes beginning. Well, first is your presentation.
Jasmine, it's a video.
Yeah. You have 5 minutes on your presentation. You have 5 minutes. Do you have a clicker? You want a clicker? Oh, here it is.
I can click for you.
Yeah, she'll click. We'll fix it, and then you can click for 4. All right, you have 5 minutes beginning at howdy.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
My name is Katina Economides, and I'm a sophomore political science major with a minor in military studies from Houston, Texas. And today I'm going to elaborate on why I'm qualified to be the best candidate for chair of the Legislative Affairs Committee. Just a little bit about me. I'm a third-generation Aggie, following my grandfather who graduated in 1956, my dad, aunt, and uncle in 89, my brother this past December. I'm a loud and proud member of the class of 2019, and I'm excited to graduate from political science and military studies with honors to pursue a law degree in either constitutional or national security law. A fun fact about me is I cry every single time I laugh. You can ask all my friends, it's a serious problem. Now for my campus involvement. I'm a Model United Nations and Harvard Model Congress, which is something I've been very dedicated to, contribute a lot of my experience with legislative issues to my time there. I worked diligently over the summer coming into the year, helping students from Harvard prepare for the next conference they held this past February. Last November, I was offered a part-time job on the Ted Cruz presidential campaign and was very humbled for the opportunity to serve our Senator Ted Cruz on his race to the White House. This summer, I plan to intern with my United States Representative, John Culberson, in Washington, D.C., working in his Capitol office directly with his Chief of Staff and fellow staffers. This past year, I was a part of Jacob Barnett's Legislative Relations Commission in the executive branch of SGA, and I'm a member of the Gamma Alpha chapter of Delta Delta Delta. This year, I've had the privilege of serving on the Legislative Relations Commission in SGA, and I'm going to talk to you guys about how my experience there has qualified me enough for this position. Through tabling hours, the team and I reached out and engaged with students one-on-one. During my time at tabling, we made over 200 phone calls, sent in 300 emails, and increased students' awareness of these issues tremendously. Every Thursday, my schedule allowed me to travel to Austin for office visits, and alongside members of my team, I visited nearly 100 offices during my days spent in Austin. I made lasting relationships with numerous legislators, including Senator Garcia, Representative Rainey, Representative Murphy, Senator Nelson, and Senator Betancourt. I also made it a duty to visit all 16 members of the Higher Education Committee during my visits at the Capitol, and oftentimes they would ask for student government's opinion on legislation. One time this happened was with student Senator Powers and I presented a bill concerning sexual assault written by Texas Senator Sylvia Garcia. I worked with you guys to make this a necessary change for our university, and you unanimously voted to pass it. The next week, I was in Austin standing next to Senator Garcia speaking on behalf of the 66,000 students at Texas A&M in support for her bill, SB 962. SB 962 is focused on making sexual assault reporting more efficient and effective on the survivor, and it creates an online reporting system to be accessed only by the survivor in which they choose which path to take, send to law enforcement, keep for themselves, or wait until a similar assault is reported. Along with Senator Garcia, spoke alongside the student body president from the University of Texas, Kevin Helgrim, student body presidents from Texas Tech, Texas Southern University, and the University of Houston. Just recently, I stood up here with Speaker Clark and spoke about voter bill HB 1005 that would benefit our students during election times. This would allow for the government-issued Texas A&M student IDs to be the form of photo identification when entering the polling place on election days. I built strong relationships with the current members of the Legislative Relations Commission, and those members are projected to continue on next year, allowing us to continue our successful efforts of representing the students of Texas A&M. My goals as chair for the next session are quite simple in the sense that they are focused on our students and preparing us for the next legislative session. I want to ensure that there is a strong understanding of realistic legislation and what we need to do this upcoming year to prepare for the next session. This can include legislation that didn't pass in the previous session, but I would like to diversify and broaden our goals. While there are different pieces of legislation at stance, there are certain ones that I like to focus more on. For example, sexual assault, state funding, and medical amnesty. In terms of writing legislation, I want to make sure that all the bills passed through this body will have correspondence with an office in Austin, so it'd be a feasible transition. I also want to make sure the student body is accurately represented, so on certain legislative topics, I would like to conduct student polling through the student body. 2 years ago, this body conducted a poll on Campus Carry, and that is something I would like to integrate into tabling hours when controversial topics are on the floor, so we can better represent our constituents, and through that, I'm hoping to work with whoever's in charge of constituency affairs to make this happen. I already have an extensive list of contacts in Austin, but I would like to increase that. So when our Senate body has a question about legislation, you will always have someone to reach out to regardless of where they are located in the state. A key part of the Texas Student Government Coalition is maintaining our work status going into the upcoming session. Our role as Texas A&M is to have our legislative agenda set by the Senate body before.
Do I have a motion? Helen Roberts, Senator Roberts.
Senator Roberts, College of Liberal Arts, I have a motion to extend the period of presentation by 3 minutes. One minute.
1 minute. Any second? Seeing multiple, it will move and second to extend the period of presentation by 1 minute. We will now proceed to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it and the motion carries.
It's very crucial that A&M sets a good standard among other schools based on the fact that our LR team plays a dynamic role at the state level. And what makes Texas A&M's SGA better than any other student government in the state is our proactive role in the legislature. Specifically that we're in constant communication with our legislative offices. One of the biggest concerns when it comes to our relationships is continuity between the outgoing and incoming, and I want to make sure our status with every office is maintained so that we can pursue a 1-year head start before the session takes place. I also want to make sure that myself or one member of the Legislative Affairs Committee attends every legislative relations meeting to ensure cooperation with the executive and legislative branch. Our work for the next session begins now to make sure that we have an advantage before the next session takes place. We are able to be in contact with those in office. Thank you for listening, and thank you.
All right, the floor has been yielded. We will now have a period of question and answer. So do we have any questions? Senator Smart.
Senator Smart, College of Geoscience. What do you think was one of the most challenging things that you've had to overcome throughout the past year working with the Ted Cruz campaign and other including the other long extensive list of things that you've done? What's one of the most challenging things that you've had to overcome?
Thank you for that question. One of the most challenging things I think I personally had to overcome is going to Austin and really bringing those things back to us and trying to make those things work. Because there are a lot of things that we see are like, oh, that should be easy. We should be able to do that. But when you actually bring it to Austin, it's quite challenging if you don't have a set plan. And so that's why my 1-year head start is extremely crucial, because I want to make sure we have a plan. So when we go to Austin, we give them no chance to say no. Because we're like, this is how A&M did it, and A&M's a great school, and so this is how the state should do it. So that's probably my biggest challenge, is getting them on board once we have you guys on board. But I'm so excited to have full confidence in our team that they're gonna get it done. And I'm so excited to see what they'll have for the next session.
Cool. Any other questions? Seeing none, we will close the period of question and answer. Will the candidates please step outside? All right, since we have one candidate for office, we're going to move into a period of voting. So all those in favor of allowing Senator Economides to become the chair of the Legislative Affairs Committee, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and we approve her. Please bring her in. Everybody, please rise. Yeah.
Please raise your right hand. I state your name, do solemnly swear
I, Katina Economides, do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office of State Your Office
the duties of the office of Chair of Legislative Affairs
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
for the Texas A&M Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same,
to uphold the honor of the same,
at all times to protect the welfare of the student body,
at all times to protect the welfare of the student body,
and to promote good relations
and to promote good relations
between the students and those concerned with the university.
between the students and those concerned with the universities.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right. We will now open the period of nomination for the office of Student Services Chair. So do we have any nominations? Senator Banks, I send you first.
Senator Banks on campus, I nominate Senator Black.
Senator Black, do you accept?
Yes.
Any other nominations? Senator Moore.
I would like to nominate Senator Roberts.
Senator Roberts, do you accept?
I accept. Oh, I accept. Sorry.
Any other nominations? All right, seeing none, I will close the period of nominations. We will now go into a period of election. So because Senator Black was nominated first, he will go first. So can you please come forward? And Senator Roberts, can you leave the room with your character witness? All right, so since this is a contested race, each person will have 10 minutes for presentation, 5 minutes question and answer, and a 5-minute character witness. And so, Senator Black, you will have 10 minutes beginning at howdy. Well, you have your
10 minutes, then question. Character witness?
Yeah.
10 minutes.
yeah 10 5 5.
Is the clicker working?
No, she's gonna click for you. right.
Howdy, Senate. My name is Jeff Black, and I'm running for Student Services Chair.
I'm sorry, don't click.
So a little bit about me. I'm a member of the Fine Tech Sky Class of 2019. I'm a petroleum engineering major. I'm originally from Eagle Pass, Texas, and I represent the on-campus caucus for the 70th session and I did for the 69th as well. A little bit about my involvement. Again, I was 69th session. I'm here again with y'all for the 70th. I am currently the Chief of Staff for the Residential Housing Association. Stands for Residential Housing Association, or RHA, is the governing body for all on-campus residents. So if any of y'all live on campus, we're the ones who represent you to the Department of Residence Life and to the university. We make sure a lot of stuff gets done that Senate focuses on a lot broader scale, and SJ in general does, and RHA focuses a little more inner. As RHA Chief of Staff, I got to attend a lot of meetings. I served on the University Dining Advisory Committee and a bunch of other meetings, making sure that the student voice was being heard well and that decisions from different departments were not being made without student voice. I'm also a member of the Society of Petroleum Engineers. I work as a resident advisor in Mosher Hall. I'm also a peer mentor for the Engineering Living Learning Community, and I'm a Buckwires Award recipient. So for those of y'all that are new, Student Services is the committee that deals with representing the student voice to
organizations like the Office of the Vice President of Administration, they work a lot with transportation and dining services just to make sure that all these student services, as it's called, are hearing the student voice and being able to make decisions knowing that the students are on board with them. So legislation, I was a part of the 69th session. I was co-author on the White Creek Crossing Safety Bill. What that entailed was we were looking at student services out at White Creek. They have a crosswalk to get to it from the bus stop, but there's no stop sign. It's a pretty busy road with about, I think, 30-mile-per-hour speed limit. So cars tend to just kind of go down it. And students who are impaired in any way, whether it's visually, hearing, physically, etc., it can be hard for them to cross the road when cars are going really fast. So we put that through to help them. The dismount zone bill covered some construction going on the south side of campus that narrowed sidewalks, and people on skateboards and bikes would ride down it and crash into pedestrians. And I personally saw a couple of people fall into the road because of it. So we asked that they make a dismount zone to protect the students. And then I was a sponsor of the Interview Absence Fairness Bill, which just promoted that for the university to excuse absences if they were for like job interviews or internship interviews. And then my goals as chair is just to build on the current communication levels that the chairs before me, like Ja'Cory, have built. Just make sure that they stay as active as they are and continue to grow. I will advocate on behalf of Senate, whether it's the dining services, transportation services, working with the executive board, etc., just to make sure that the student voice is being heard and that decisions are involving them, and just make sure that everything is running smoothly. Thanks, Gabe. I'm going to yield the floor to questions.
Okay, the floor has been yielded. We will now, well, do we have any questions? Any questions at all? Are you sure? Okay, the period of question and answer is closed. We will now have a 5-minute character witness. The current RHA president, Brian McBride. You have 5 minutes beginning at howdy.
Cool. Well, howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
Awesome. So like Corey said, I currently serve as RHA president for the 44th session. I'm the 47th president. I did serve in the 43rd session as well. So that's kind of a background about myself. But here today, I'm talking to you about Jet Black, or Senator Black. And I've known Jet Black since actually his freshman year. So last year, he was the Motor Hall president. He served the 680 residents by advocating for them at all RHA meetings. So I kind of got to know him just a little bit. He decided that he wanted to stick around. He appreciated me leading the organization. So he applied for my exec board. Through his involvement, he applied for chief of staff, and first for that, thank you for that you've done that. And he's constantly served me in multiple ways, and through organization meetings that I cannot attend because of obligations. As a student leader, as we all know, that we're tied to school or to academics and other meetings stuff we'll have to be at. I'm very thankful for Jet. Pleased that he allowed me to speak on behalf of him. He's kind of soft-spoken, as you can tell, but he brings a lot of knowledge. He's served on multiple committees on behalf of me, as like Chartwell's, like dining, like he said, at UDAC, kind of fighting for the on-campus voice. He does that well in the Senate, but he also does that within RHA. Kind of the thing that I like about Jet is that he is chief of staff, and a lot of people's like, okay, he's just a glorified secretary. That is not the case. He's my left-hand man, as my EVP, who's currently in the audience, is my right hand, who's also the next RHA president as well. So basically, what I want to say about Jet is that he's a great guy. I encourage you to vote for him and support him. He's had a lot of experience. He is young, so y'all are young as well. It's kind of weird. I'm a senior here, and I just don't see a lot of rings. But we got one. So I thank you all, and I yield the rest of my time.
All right, the floor's been yielded. Will both of you exit the room, please, and bring in Senator Roberts? All right, Senator Roberts, you will have 10 minutes beginning at howdy.
Oh, you're gonna, okay.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
My name is Kaylin Roberts, and I am actually a member of the Fighting Texas Aggie class of 2019. Hey! And I'm also a sophomore political science major with a minor in business, and I'm actually a first generation Aggie. The next one. There's a next one.
Is that the next one?
Yeah. Sorry. As far as SGA, I worked on the 69th session as a member of the College of Liberal Arts, and I was a member of the Student Services Committee, actually working under Speaker Clark. And I helped with bills with transportation as far as the White Creek bill, trying to get a stop sign on the other side of White Creek so students with disability services were able to cross the street safely. I've also helped with West Campus dining and on trying to keep the Aggie core values alive on campus. I've also worked with Pro Temp Wang in the Sustainability Subcommittee, actually helping get the door handle holders placed inside Holdis and in Evans Library. And I'm also working under Senator Krogh in the Sexual Assault Subcommittee, where actually next year I'm looking into working on some legislation that involves getting groups together to speak with members and victims of sexual assault and rape one-on-one if they choose to by going through the counseling service. On the next one. Sorry. I really don't do anything outside of Synod. Synod is honestly the one thing in campus that I'm dedicated to. I mean, I'm a reading scholar and I'm a photographer for the Aggie Lane yearbook staff. And sometimes I write, but that's basically Synod is just all I do. So that's what I put all my effort and focus into. And then the next one. If I'm elected, I plan to be the voice for students. I actually have a rare voice for African American female minority students, actually serving as the only one on the 69th and the 70th session. And even though this is tough, I will try to work with Chartwells to improve the West Camping dining, which I know is a very big issue right now, being only having like 3 places to eat. And also I want to continue to push for increases in disability services, and I want to create an inclusive environment for all diversities on campus. And another thing that I didn't list that I want to do, I also want to make sure that students who are sexual assault rape victims, that they actually feel safer on this campus by finding ways to help them out and making campus easier for them. That's basically it. That's it, and I'm open for questions.
Okay, the floor has been yielded. We will now have a 5-minute period of question and answer. Do we have any questions? Senator Krogh.
Senator Krogh, off-campus caucus. All the goals that you listed and the incredible things that you've accomplished, which would you prioritize if you were to assume this position?
I would honestly prioritize student disability services, because as we know, last year they were given a short notice to move out and go all the way across to West Campus when we have a lot of buildings open on main campus that we could honestly utilize and make access easier for them. So that's my very main first focus, is to make campus more accessible for students part of the disability services.
All right, we will now hear from Pro Temp Wang.
Pro Temp Wang, permission to preface.
Briefly, well, not briefly, we have enough time.
So with student services, the establishment of a good relationship with administration is key to your job. So what relationships have you established throughout your tenure through the Student Services Committee in the 69th session?
I know it was more through the Sustainability Subcommittee whenever we went and talked to the man who helps with rudder and helps with Coldis, but I've been able to talk to him personally about things we can do to help improve our campus and make it greener. Also, I necessarily haven't talked to anybody who's in charge of the MSC or anything, but I have talked to a lot of staff and faculty about things we can do to improve campus, and also I've heard what other students have to say and have been looking towards legislation to help them.
Any other questions? Hearing none, we will close the period of question and answer. Do you have a question?
No, just me.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, can you?
Can we not go this picture because this is going to be trash.
Please leave the room. All right, now, is she gone? Yes. Okay. We will now go into a period of voting, and so we're going to do, it's going to be candidate election. So we're going to do it like we did with the R chair election. Candidate 1 will be Senator Black because he was nominated first, and we will have for candidate 2, Senator Roberts. And so, I'm sorry, we're not going into a period of voting, we're going into a period of debate. I apologize. So when you get down to debate for somebody, you have 2.5 minutes. And so we will go one time for candidate 1, and we'll go one time for candidate 2 until we reach 15 minutes. And so do we have any debate for candidate 1? No debate for candidate 1. Well, hearing none, we will move into a period of voting. So now what we're going to do is we are going to pass out the ballots, and you will fill it out the way it says, and you will put candidate 1 and their name. So you need to put the candidate number and their name when you're putting it down. So we're going to pass those out. You need me to help? Yeah. Is everybody have a ballot?
Is there anybody that did not get a ballot that needs one?
Ballots, anybody?
Sorry.
It's not good.
More ballots?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Howdy. Okay, so I'm not trying to call anybody out, but you can't write just the candidate's name on the back. There's like lines and stuff on the front. So just fill out the actual ballot because now we can't count this vote for whoever it was for.
All right. By a vote of 28 to 25, your new Student Services Chair is Senator Jeb Black. Please bring him in. Yeah, you won.
Raise your right hand. I state your name, do solemnly swear
I, Jeff Black, do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office of Staker Office
the duties of the Office of Student Services Chair
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same,
at all times to protect the welfare of the student body,
to all times perfect the welfare of the student body,
and to promote good relations
and to promote good relations
between the students and those concerned with the university.
between the students and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations.
All right. We will now move into nomination for the position of Academic Affairs Chair. So do we have any nominations? Senator, I can't really see her. What, Senator? Senator Howe.
Senator Howe on campus, nominate Anne Marie Wolf. Senator Wolf.
Do you accept, Senator Wolf?
Senator Wolf, off campus, I accept.
Okay. Any other nominations? Senator Argamity.
Mine is MIA.
Okay.
Jordan Argamity, College of Engineering. I nominate Senator Crowe.
All right, Crowe, Senator Crowe, do you accept?
I respectfully decline the nomination.
Okay, Senator Wayne. Pro Temp Wayne, I
Pro
apologize.
Temp Wing, I'd like to nominate Senator Coy Westbrook.
I do accept, Senator Westbrook.
Senator Westbrook off campus, I do accept.
Okay. Do we have any other nominations? Seeing none, we will close the period of nominations. We'll now move into a period of election. So because Senator Wolf was nominated first, she would go first. And so we will ask Senator Westbrook and whoever his character limit is, if you have it, to leave the room.
I see it. A little bit to the right, there you go, right there. Wherever you want to go for it.
Also, before we allow her to present, if you are planning on running for an officer position at any time during this meeting, I would ask each and every one of you to send your presentations to Pro Temp Wayne so we can make this faster. You have 10 minutes starting at Howdy.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
My name is Anne Marie Wolf, and I'm class of 2018. Hey. Woo! And who I'm going. I'm an agricultural economics major, pursuing a business minor and an international trade certificate. I'm from the small town of Natchitoches, Louisiana, and I'm a third generation Aggie. My grandfather was class 43, my dad 83, my older brother 15, and me 18. I'm also a second generation senator. My father served in Senate, so it's been fun to follow his footsteps. And so just to start off, let y'all know a little bit more about me and my involvement around campus. I am a student worker in the Agricultural Economics Graduate Office, so I've got to deal with some of the faculty within the department and really see some issues that aren't so present on the surface. I'm also heavily involved in the National Agri-Marketing Association. That's an organization and also a national marketing team. So we work all year, we come up with a product and make a complete executive summary marketing plan and then present this at a marketing competition. And so actually the one for this year is in a couple weeks. So that's exciting as that's wrapping up to see how that's all coming together. I'm also a member of the Delta Gamma sorority. I have been since my freshman year, so I've held different positions within that and got to connect with various people through that. On the major side of things, I'm in my Agricultural Economics Society, further connecting with people in my major and looking at industry opportunities. Locally, my home church here is the University of Lutheran Chapel. So through involvement with that, I've done intramurals and Bible studies. I went to Costa Rica on a mission trip with them, and I really loved opportunities to get that home connection with fellow Aggies and share my beliefs. Also, I have served in Student Senate the whole, the 69th session, and then also starting, of course, in the 70th session. The 70th and the 69th session, I actually served on the Academic Affairs Committee. So the position I'm running for, I have had the opportunity to join the committee and see the happenings from a committee member's perspective. I was also on the Sexual Assault Subcommittee and worked through some things with that and really talked about what we can move forward to and bring forward into this session. And kind of bring in the Senate. We do a lot in this coldest room, and but seeing it on a state legislator, I've actually had the opportunity to work for 2 summers in the Louisiana State Senate and see how they really apply, what we do. I know Louisiana government's a little bit different than Texas, but it's been neat to see that go on. And then just a few activities along with those organizations. I got to participate in the Student Conference on National Affairs, the SCONA, that the MSC organization puts on, and that was really neat because you got to connect with people from various other schools and on current issues happening in our nation and come up with possible solutions with that and write policies through that. Like I said, I'm on the national marketing competition, and so we really work together and work on a team and put together a product for that. I also got the opportunity to study abroad in France last summer doing agribusiness, and I got to see agriculture implemented on a international level. And so why academic affair? Yeah. So what is academic affairs? That's the position I'm running for, in case y'all didn't know. And it's one of the committees that we have here in Senate, and it's just kind of like a liaison between the students and the faculty. There's over 60,000 of us, but not all of us can connect one-on-one with the administrators. And so the chair and the committee kind of bridges that gap and lets the student's voice get heard. Some things that are dealt with is tuition, credit hours, core curriculum, textbooks, etc., just to name a few. And so it's just a wide variety of a lot of that administrative stuff, but that is very prevalent in our daily lives. Some of the roles that the chair would be responsible to is going to faculty senate meetings. So just like us, where the student senate, the faculty senate also has their own branch, and the chair would be responsible to go to those just to stay informed and to come back to y'all and to the committee and the body to say what's happening through those. It's also suggested to go to the Board of Regents meeting to further stay informed of what's happening through our university and voice the students' opinions at these meetings. So why me? Like I said earlier, I am currently was currently on the Academic Affairs Committee for the 69th session. And through that, I have gotten to experience it as a committee member. And I think it would be an honor to move up into the chair position, as I could really relate to the committee members. And I've also seen where there are some areas for improvement. And through these, I think, sometimes it takes a while to get your bearings in Senate and then be able to really feel like you can, you have the power to get up in front of the whole body and say something or make improvements. And so by being here a year, I really feel like I feel confident in moving into this next step. I love to connect with administrators and voice the opinions of students. I think it's so important that they hear our voices. And, just some of the things I've done with that is I have close personal relations with the dean of the Agriculture Economics department. And I've seen issues that students have voiced in passing, we're talking in class, and she would say, oh, this needs to be improved. Well, somebody at some point has to take that forward and say, hey, this is just what the students are saying, because they might not have any idea. And so being able to connect with them and have that relationship is very important. I've attended the tuition hearing when they were talking about non-resident tuition raises, and that affects, most of y'all are probably from Texas, but there's still a good majority that are out of state, and it's important for their voices to be heard also. I've attended some city council meetings and faculty senate, and so I really love just seeing, going on to these different meetings that there's only maybe a couple students at, but really seeing what the administrators are doing. And like I said, I want to represent a wide variety of people. Being out of state, I feel like I can represent that body, being in the different organizations. And you don't personally have to be in an organization to represent, but just being able to hear all these different opinions and voices from the students. And it would be such an honor for me to represent Senate and the university. I love this university. I want to give back to it. And I don't see a better way to finish off, my upcoming senior year than to continue on and get involved. So I really want to work together and build better relations with the faculty. One way I feel like we can do that, you can do the next one. is, at the end of this semester, Provost Watson is leaving and they're actively searching for a new provost right now. But as this new provost comes in, I feel like it's an opportunity that the new chair can connect with this, start a relationship from their start at A&M or in the position and build on that to effectively make change. And actively pursue student input as to what needs to be changed, like I've been saying. And another role that the chair for academic affairs plays is the open education resources. And I know lots of us, we all go to classes and we have $200 textbooks and lab manuals and ridiculous amounts of money that we spend on this, in addition to paying tuition and all the other costs of being a college student. And so the academic affairs committee has really, wanted to reward the professors and faculty who have said, okay, we offer this free textbook for you because we understand the cost. And so you've seen more professors offer that, and we provide awards to them. So actually, we just voted on the people that would get these awards.
Senator Smart has a motion.
Senator Smart, College of New Science, I motion to extend the period of presentation by 2 minutes.
All right, any seconds? Seeing multiple seconds, it's been moved and seconded to extend the period of presentation by 2 minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, the motion carries.
Thank you. To finish up real quickly, and then 2 of the super important continue-ons from the 69th to the 70th. I think a lot of stuff gets lost in the transition, and so it's important to continue to carry that on. And the Student Rule 7, which is talking about attendance in classes, we're working to try and get interviews excused as the university excused absence. And so I know, a lot of us are, the goal is to get out of college and get a job. And so as we continue with that, it's important that we continue to strive to get this passed. And then also the ICD credit implementation. They've been working tirelessly for a long time to get that. I think it's important to carry on with that too, and really help implement some change in our university and the relationships we have with the administrators. So, thank you, and I appreciate your consideration. I'm open for questions.
All right, the floor has been yielded. Do we have any questions? Senator Wilson.
Senator Wilson, off campus, how do you think your relationship with the dean of your college, and I think the dean of another college, would help you in your quest to be academic affairs chair?
Yeah, thank you for that. I really feel that I've had the experience to connect one-on-one with these different administrators, and it's helped me to see kind of their viewpoints and how, you have to approach certain situations and adapt that to whatever issue that we're addressing. And those relationships that I've already formed can be used to continue to build on those, and also start these new relationships with various other, because I wouldn't be just focusing on the college of that. I'm representing the whole university, so it's important to get wide variety, and I think committee members would definitely help with that because we're all in different majors and different parts of the university.
All right, raise your flag. Senator Moreno.
Senator Moreno, you mentioned something about areas of improvements. Can you elaborate on that specifically?
Yeah, with the current chair, I was just saying that this past chair, I've really enjoyed learning and working from that. But with anything, there are always improvements, and so I think that it's big focus on getting the committee members involved because, and it's easy to say that, I know that, I want this group of people to get involved, but really to say, hey, I give you this task and this task, please, let's work together and accomplish this. And I think by delegating certain tasks to certain people and establishing reasonable goals, that we can effectively get a lot done. Did I answer your question?
Pro Temp Wayne.
Pro Temp Wing. So you obviously have extensive experience from serving on the AA committee in the 69th session. So what do you think is the most valuable experience that you have taken away from that, from serving on that committee, and why does it make you the most qualified candidate?
Yeah, thank you. I think two of the biggest things that we do within that committee are the awards, and which we just intensely did that process. We reviewed all those applications, so I have the experience of knowing the criteria that they're looking for in those applications and selecting who is getting these awards, and then also just reviewing the different bills, like going through and looking, like, nitpicking stuff or whatever before it gets sent back to the body so it can be passed. I'm also connecting with going to those meetings, getting the opportunity to fill in for the previous chair on some of those meetings. I have gotten to see, how those meetings are run, and I really enjoyed that opportunity. So,
Okay, thank you. Senator Banks.
Senator Banks on campus, can you please elaborate on the ICD curriculum that you spoke about?
So that is, they're trying to get curriculum, there's a lot of classes that count as, diversity or different, there's a lot of different courses that are available now that count for a credit, and they're just trying to regulate more, narrow it down to certain ones. And then I know in Senate we were talking about certain diversity modules that they would also like to implement with those ICD credits to have more standardized between all the credits, that every single student, that while they're taking, different credits that are narrowed down now to different things, this modules would, touch on the same thing. But I really think that what the university has accomplished after all their TICE work is good, just to focus on the diversity and really focus more in on those elective, those credits that are offered.
Thank you. Senator Crowe.
Senator Crowe, off-campus caucus. Based off your experiences, how well do you think the Faculty Senate understands the worldview and values of the student body? And if you could change anything about that perspective, how would you go about doing it?
Thank you for that. I really think that the faculty do value our opinions because we're the reason they're here. We're the reason they have jobs, and most of them, if they are serving on Senate like us, are passionate about what they believe in. And I think there can just be more two-way talk on that, as bringing our issues to them, because a lot of them, aren't aware. And so I think by actively reaching out to multiple senators, faculty senators, that we would be able to, get certain issues, our opinions on those issues more aware, rather than, just one or whatever. Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, we will close the period of question and answer. You have a character witness.
I do. So, she'll introduce herself, but I just want to thank y'all for letting her come. She's never come to a Senate meeting, so I've been talking about it.
Well, hopefully you're enjoying it, and you have 5 minutes beginning at howdy.
Okay, thank you very much. Howdy.
Howdy.
My name is Lacey Gulick, and I'm a junior recreation, parks, and tourism major from Port Aransas, Texas. Just a little bit of background about how I know Anne Marie. Before coming to Texas A&M our freshman year, she Facebook messaged me because we were both going to live in the same dorm through a leadership living learning community. And so ever since we lived in the dorm, we've been best friends, and now we're roommates. So I really get to experience her character 24/7, and it's been a wonderful pleasure. I just want to thank her for letting me speak on behalf of her character. I can talk for hours about it, short. So as y'all can tell from her presentation, Anne Marie is very passionate. She's passionate about not only Senate and student government, she's passionate about Texas A&M, her family, her friends, her church. All of this sums up who she is. And like she said, she's a third-generation Aggie, so these morals have been driven in her. Going off of that, she's going 4 hours there and back to her hometown for muster just to speak and be the speaker because she knows how the spirit of Aggie Land has treated her, and she wants the people in Louisiana to be affected the same way we are, which I think that speaks measures. And then, this is kind of funny too. So for her local church, she still writes a newsletter every month, even though she's not there. Which, with going off that, she will continue to work for the student government, whether she's here or not. She never just walks away from what she started. And through this community now, she serves with like the local food bank and her church, raising money. She's always busy. And as y'all can tell, she's very hardworking. She has a 4.0 in her major GPA, which I can't say for myself, so she's incredible at school. Her time management skills I've seen grow so much between freshman and junior year. Not only is she at school, she's a student worker with the economics, agriculture, graduate office, so she puts in countless hours working every week. And as y'all know, she's been an off-campus senator representative for the past 2 years, coming to meetings and serving her time with that. And as she spoke about the National Agri-Marketing Association, she spends a lot of time on that, which is, she's grown so much through that as well, creating a project and presenting it and competing with it. And not only is she on the team, she's an officer in that organization, which just adds to her ability to be an officer in this organization. And this past weekend, I was able to watch Amory receive the Senior Merit Award, which, if y'all know what it is, it's the highest award you can receive in the College of Agriculture for an undergraduate student. So people are recognizing Amory. Not only her roommates and her best friends, but faculty and staff, and everyone's recognizing her hard work. And for this position, Amory's a mediator, not only between friends and family, but like she said, she's. Oh, 2 minutes.
Sorry.
Okay, yeah, I can do it. She's a mediator between the students and the faculty. Like she said, she has a lot of connections. She knows deans. This is kind of funny. Ever since freshman year, I thought she was crazy. She would go to all of her professors' office hours and really get to know them, but that has paid off. If she would need a letter of recommendation, she could get 30 of them within minutes. She knows people. She has the contacts. Amory's dependable. She's going to show up 15 minutes early wherever she's at. If she's the committee leader, everyone's going to know what to do and who to count on. And as y'all can tell, she's ambitious. She doesn't sit still. She continuously works. Unlike most college kids, she goes to city council meetings in her free time, and she goes to faculty senate meetings, and that has shaped who she is. She wants to be informed. She wants to be involved. She continuously is bettering herself and getting to know policy, which is what she loves. And that talk was very hard for her. She doesn't like to talk about herself. But as y'all know, her character is great, and I think she's the best person for the Academic Affairs Committee Chair, and she will not disappoint y'all. Thank you for your time.
All right, the floor has been yielded. We will ask you all to step outside and bring in the next candidate. Yeah. Beginning at Howdy. 10 minutes.
Howdy, Senate. Howdy. Those of you that don't know, my name is Floyd Westbrook. I'm a sophomore agricultural leadership and development major from Kennard, Texas. But most importantly, I'm a loud and proud member of the Fighting Texas Ag class of 2019. Hey. There goes a lot better than last time. So a little fun fact about me. I'm actually a third generation Aggie. My great uncle went to Texas A&M class of 61. But my mother, making me a third gen, her being a second gen, actually started her education at A&M for a master's degree in fall of 2015 because her words were she wants to get her Fighting Texas Ag degree before her son does and make me sit there and wait for it. It's kind of terrible, but it's kind of great. I'm ready for her to get hers in September. It's going to be an awesome time. But I'm going to slide next, please. So a little bit about me, what I'm involved with. I'm involved with the Alabama fraternity. I'm the vice president of recruitment. I was the vice president of alumni relations the previous year. And additionally to that, I actually should have changed that, interfraternity council director. I am free and I am done. So I just finished that term yesterday. I'm on the Greek Student Advisory Board. And what we do right there, we kind of make out the path for the Greek students here at Texas A&M, whether you're in CPC, NDHC, your Multicultural Greek Council, or IFC. In addition to that, I'm part of Traditions Council. So if you get me going about traditions, I really love it. I love being Brett ass and be a good bull most of the time. In addition to that, I actually got a chance to fill a vacancy in the 69th session, and that allowed me to see how Senate is actually ran very quickly. I had some ideas for legislation, didn't get out just yet. Actually, I beat the punch on one of them. In addition to that, I'm a vice chairman for a rodeo committee down in Houston. We have about 500-600 people on there. We try to volunteer and help with as many people as we possibly can. Thank you so much. So a little bit about the academic affairs chair. So this is basically what the code says we do. Preside over the committee meetings, of course. We work with the student body vice president, that is the academic affairs one. We also work with faculty senate, with the current chair right now being Robert Carlson. They're about to go over a turnover in May 2017, so this coming month. So we'll see who that's going to be after that for the next school year. In addition, we're out here working to help pick people on the Aggie Honor Council. We're out here trying to make a difference for the students here at Texas A&M with their needs, whatever that may be. And I'm going to put this down to a short, really simple, defined definition. We're here to make your academic success the best thing possible. If a student has a problem that we can address just like we do in the Senate, we're here to make that change. We're here to push their voice, not just to student Senate, but also the faculty Senate and the administration. Thank you so much. So I really have a few main goals for this next year. I've listed 4 up here. How many of y'all have heard of the plan Vision 2020? Anyone, possibly? All right, got a few people. I was hoping the class of 2020 to get their Wildcat, but it's all good. There we go. Thank you, Kate, for sending thanks. In addition to that, though, I want to see how the evaluation of 2020 was. So that was started back in '99, and they actually evaluated that in 2010. But I want to see, are we truly on track to where we want to be in the year 2020? And then from that point, hopefully we can set a new plan for the next 10, 15, or 20 years down the road, because we want where Texas A&M is going to go. That leads to my second goal, growing with quality. You see, every single day, Texas A&M is one of the largest universities there is. We keep growing and growing and growing. But the one thing that I want to keep in mind as we grow, I want to grow with quality. I want to have our students be academically successful, be great in their career when they leave here from Texas A&M. That's what we're about. We're about making them excellent in all that they do. I also, though, want to keep them a little bit of traditions that we're going through. So make sure their education involves their social circles, their personal growth, their career growth, and their kind of leadership growth. That comes into my next point. Incorporate diverse education. Now, what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is I want to have our students become even more well-rounded as possible. Whether it's taking up and making them learn different things in different classes, whether it's having them experience other cultures. For me, when I came to Texas A&M, being in a dorm hall, I came with a first-generation American student, and my eyes were open to a different culture. My eyes were broadened, my world perspective was broadened to see what they thought of America, so they thought of Texas A&M. And I'd love to be able to incorporate their perceptions here on campus. How can we best go out and make their academic career the best possible one they can have for the next however many years we're going to stay on, so hopefully forever. And my final point right here, my main goal is envision the future. I want to see where we're actually going to be moving over the next 5, 10, 20, 15, 20. I just went out of order on that. 5, 10, 15, or 20 years. That's why I'm an A-Level major. I really can't count that well. Math 141 really run me. There we go. There we go. Now, my whole purpose with this, I want us to envision our future for the academic success, for the student success, for the leadership success, and for just the all-around culture of our campus. I want to help make the fight in Texas Aggies we are, grow academically. But an academic education also involves us growing as people, as leaders, expanding our social circles, doing everything we possibly can. And I want to hear the student input, whether it's the 5th gen ag or it's the 1st gen ag, it's the first generation American college student. I want to know what we can do to make their academic career at Texas A&M the most rewarding and the most beneficial. With that, I believe it's the last slide. Yes, it is. So if I have any questions right now.
All right, the floor has been yielded. We will now go into a period of 5 minutes of question and answer. And we will start with recognition for Chair Day.
Howdy, Chair Day, College of Science. I'm not sure if you touched on it, maybe I wasn't listening close enough. What interactions have you had with administration? Who do you know? Who do you talk to? Do you have any relationships there?
So administration, especially in the College of Ag, I have a lot of connections. One thing that I'm looking to grow that, whether it be with Dr. Skaggs, who is one of the head departments of the College of Ag, or Dr. Sams, the executive dean, right under Dr. Hussey, who is the head dean of the College of Ag. Additionally, I have connections right in the provost office. One of the founders of my fraternity, Mr. Fred McClure, y'all probably saw him in the back talking about him the other day. He works in the provost office for the Leadership Initiative. He and I have an open relationship. We're actually talking earlier today about where we can take the leadership of Texas A&M. I really want to see that grow, whether it's Mr. Fred McClure, the provost office, or also Calvin Wadigan, who is in the provost office working for the Leadership Initiative. Those are some of my major connections. I'm looking to meet with some of the Academic Affairs Committee if I get elected on the Faculty Senate, Dr. Gary Wiggenbach. He's a College of Ag person, and he's also in my department. I know him well. I'm hopefully going to study abroad with him in the summer or the fall. So I have, sorry, not the fall, the winter mini-mester. So I have the ability to open that connection even further. And I'm always down to make good connections with people outside of my college. I like to hear why, whether Dr. Carlson is at geoscience or geology. That's really my expanse right now.
Okay. Pro Tem Wang.
Pro Tem Wang, permission to preface?
Yes.
So this is a very new Senate that we are in right now. And so as a result, what could you, since you are a new senator yourself also, could you give us a little bit of, or could you elaborate a little bit more on the role of AA and also what your responsibilities are?
So as a new senator, I've had a chance to sit down really, and I didn't get a chance to talk to the past AA chair. She actually, I think, was only one Senate session, and I haven't been able to catch up with her. She's very busy preparing to go to vet school, hopefully, in the coming semesters. But when I see the purpose of AA, I see them going out there. First and foremost, we are the constant contact right there, I would say, with the academics, from the student body to the faculty senate. If we have a problem with the way our academic function is working here at Texas A&M, the AA chair's job is to take that and bring the voice of the student senate to the faculty senate's academic affairs chair, to the student senate, the faculty senate itself, and kind of say, here's what we believe, here's what 60,000 students at A&M believe, here's the change that we can make. Additionally, we do the academic affairs chair, and the code says they sit and help pick people with the Aggie Honor Council to that core value of integrity. So we have that job as well, and that's really the main place I see it. Aside from that, the outside duties, I see the academic affairs chair always looking for a place, whether we're working with a career center to find ways that we can help students or better inform students of what we offer academically to them to help improve their grades, improve their time here at A&M. Thank you.
All right, Senator Crowe.
Senator Crowe, Off-Campus Caucus. How well do you think the faculty across all colleges here at Texas A&M understand the worldviews and values of the student body, and if you could change that anyway, how would you do so?
That's a good question. I would like to say that we have a diverse faculty and staff here at Texas A&M. I've seen people from other countries, people from other places, different walks of life and different backgrounds. But I would say with our student body constantly growing, constantly changing and becoming newer with more first-generation college students, a lot of them may not understand where we come from. I would like to take the student voice and find a way to gather what these students like, whether the first-gen college student or the fifth-gen college student, and express them, here are our concerns at A&M, here's what we kind of may be worried about when it comes to our academics. Whether it may be a barrier in class from their education, maybe they're brought up in a different school district than one of ours. Maybe they have different home problems. They're coming to A&M on a level play, hopefully a level playing field so they can all succeed. And like I said, I'd like to open a dialogue between students, whether that is through going and talking in meetings, going out and just finding our constituents, working with the Constituency Affairs Chair to find better ways to engage our new students that are coming into A&M and addressing what concerns they might have.
Okay. With 30 seconds, we'll go to Senator Hale.
Senator Hale,
do you have a motion?
Sorry about that. Chair Day, College of Science, I have a motion to extend the period of question and answer by 3.5 minutes.
3.5 minutes. Any seconds? All right, seeing multiple seconds, it's been moved and seconded that we extend the period of question and answer by 3.5 minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it and motion carries.
Thank you, Senator Day. Jonathan Talavera, Off-Campus Caucus. My question to you is, Commissioner.
Yes.
I believe many of the student body, many members of the student body would agree with me when I say that our pre-major course workload is already pretty heavy. Like, it's a good 60 hours into our major before we actually start cracking into upper class classes that actually apply to what we're trying to get a career in. Now, I'm all for the well-roundedness of our education, but I believe a lot of the workload is redundant and pretty heavy. So I believe you're going to improving the diversity of our education. How are you going to do that while also mitigating the already heavy course load of core curriculum?
I don't look, it's a great question, by the way. It's one of the things I've been thinking of. I understand it's like everybody else. We come in, not everybody, I have friends that came in, took all their prerequisite coursework at JUCO, they brought these hours in. I personally didn't bring any hours in, because I think I brought one English class in. JUCO, these texts don't have very good grammar. But aside from that, I don't want to add any more courses to our course so it's non-major specific. I'd like to find a way we can work with faculty senate to maybe alleviate some of those. I do understand humanities are great classes. The social sciences, the liberal arts, the actual sciences are great. But I'd like to be able to find a way within our own majors to incorporate some of that. So for instance, in agricultural leadership, we have a class, ALED 422, if I remember correctly. It's cultural tourism and agriculture. And that's a class required for you to graduate, but it also broadens yourself as a leader, so part of our major. It also broadens you and understand the culture of the world. That's what I mentioned on going to study abroad with in Costa Rica. Maybe an interesting way to find how we incorporate that into other majors. You know, to bring in, whether it's in a specific class, maybe get that well-roundedness, whether it's taking the current existing course load and find ways to incorporate that into our required classes so we don't increase the amount of classes and we can decrease some of it. As I said, the principal reason they have university, those core curriculum classes that we have, is based on making a well-rounded student from the older schools of thought. But I'd like to find a way we can work with faculty, senate, the administration, and the voice of the students to incorporate some of those classwork, from that classwork, into our degree plan by alleviating some of the minimum core requirements that we have and allowing us a little bit more freedom in our majors.
Okay. Chair Day.
Hi, Chair Day, College of Science. Could you please state all that you know about ICD credits, what they do, and how they affect this university?
So International Cultural Development Credits, from what I understand about them, they are a chance to, as I say, in my personal experience, we're allowed to take a study abroad to fill those credits. Or we could go out and we could sit in a classroom all semester long and read from a book or watch a PowerPoint, watch a presentation. What I understand about them, every student's required to take 6 hours of ICD before they're allowed to graduate. That is, if I'm remembering correctly, going to be changed here in the coming, especially thanks to work by Landon Woods. What I do know about that is I would like that to be able to have students incorporate that, whether it's a study abroad or whether it is another class, instead of having to sit down and take a whole semester of class that they may not be 100% interested in. I would like to find a way to incorporate those into classes that they care about, that are pertinent and important to their major, because that allows students, because when you learn a class you care about, it allows you to pay deeper attention and understand it more.
Senator Roberts.
Senator Roberts. Sorry, Senator Roberts, College of Liberal Arts. I have a motion to extend the period of question and answer by 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Same motion second. It's been moved and seconded that we extend the period of question and answer by 2 minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it and the motion carries.
In addition to that, I see us finding a way to maybe incorporate those more into classes that are pertinent to the major. My experience with them, once I came at A&M, was told I could take a study abroad, go to a country, and learn about the actual country itself, the inhabitants. I said, well, there's no reason for me to sit in a semester-long class and read a book when I can personally experience that. I can have a chance. And that's kind of where my thought process ended. I started looking for a study abroad.
Okay. Senator Moreno.
Senator Moreno, College of Engineering. So why would you decide to run for chair for this position specifically, rather than maybe get a full year of experience and then maybe the next year running for this position?
So first and foremost, my plans right now are to graduate early from Texas A&M. So I am not having an opportunity to be here for a whole other session. I plan to graduate in August of 2018 or December 2018. So I don't see a purpose of waiting, running for a semester and serving for a few sessions and be gone possibly. I think that takes away from another student who would get that invaluable experience by coming as student senior. Aside from that, I plan to take some internships throughout my time that wouldn't allow me to serve. Anybody want to stay around and graduate on time or a little bit later. So I don't really want to spend more of my family or my personal money I'm paying for college to stay here longer than I have to. And as for why I chose to run right now, I've served in a lot of leadership roles across my life. My freshman year of college, I served in an organization of 115,000 students where we spent the entire time traveling around the state of Texas, going out and educating on career leadership, personal growth, and career success. And it put a passion in my heart for leadership and invoking change in a university and organization. And I want to see the students' voices heard here at Texas A&M. I want to see change implemented over the year. So I'm here to learn what their issues are, move to achieve them, and take action. That's why I decided not to wait. I'm not the type of person to sit back idly and watch when I could move on forward.
Permission to follow up?
No, because we only have a little time. Unless somebody wants to make a motion. Senator Smart.
Senator Smart, College Geoscience, I have a motion to extend the period of question and answer by 2 minutes.
All right, any second? All right, it's been moved and seconded to extend the period of question and answer by 2 more minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
Nay.
The ayes have it and the motion carries. All right, so we will have chair day.
Charity College of Science. Okay, so I understand from your answer to my last question, you'd like, students to be able to go out and experience the world, maybe not sit in a classroom, we want to make it pertinent to a degree. Given that, the College of Mathematics, it would be really hard to make an ICD credit fit into into anything that I deal with. And I personally could not afford to go out of the country. So how would you plan to deal with that? Because I feel like that's something that might be an issue for a large number of students.
Good question. Now, that part of study abroad is part to some degree plans. I said I'd like to find a way we could incorporate it into a class. That's where the student input comes in, the faculty input, seeing how that could be implemented into a current class. As I said, I'm not a math major. I'm not a physics major. I did bad in Math 141, so I wouldn't be applicable once you start putting into the mathematics field. I wouldn't be sure how that would fit in there. But we open a dialogue with students, the faculty, the administration. We can find a way. And as for covering the cost of study abroad, as I said, study abroad is not required of everybody. It's one of those high impact experiences that are open to you, just like taking an internship during your time in college or working doing research, which I'm sure most students have the ability in their major to do some research, which we could possibly implement that into. Now, in the mathematics field, I'm not sure if we're going to work on number theory or Minerva primes, well, that's the right term for that, but finding a way for it.
Do you have a motion? Or question?
There's a question.
Okay, cool. All right. Senator McCaskill.
Senator McCaskill transition academic programs, governorship practice.
You have 30 seconds. If somebody wants to move again. Senator Crowe.
Senator Crowe, motion to extend the period of questioning by 1.5 minutes.
All right. Any seconds? All right, it's been moved and seconded to extend the period of question and answer by 1.5 minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
Nay. Division.
Well, division has been called, so all those in favor, please stand. All right, all those opposed, please stand. All right, please stand again. All right, by a vote of 28 to 22, that fails. You will have 22 seconds, and I believe Senator McCaskill was asking questions.
Since Texas A&M is a public university, there are courses set in place by the Texas Board of Higher Education. So how do you plan on changing a course to incorporate the legislation that you want?
I'm glad you brought that up. That is a good point to mention. That's why we do have some of those set in stone already for us. I would like to see an open, maybe with the legislative affairs.
Please finish your sentence.
Find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do you have a character?
Thank you.
Okay, your character witness will have 5 minutes beginning at howdy.
Howdy, my name is Jason Edmondson, and I've known Coy now for about 2 years, and like many of y'all, first time you met Coy, it probably sticks in the back of your mind because he likes to talk rather briskly, to put it lightly, and I believe we had what should have been a 10-15 minute conversation in about 2 minutes. I still haven't processed what he said at this point in time. I'm still trying to catch up. I wish I had a few professors that taught like that at 8 a.m. in the morning. But Coy is a very unique individual, and I'm glad to have known him the past 2 years of my life. We served together as FFA state officers in 2015 and 2016, as he said, traveling around the state of Texas. I got to know a lot about him as we presented workshops, presentation, and speeches all over Texas, Oklahoma, and the United States. Coy, along the way, has taught me a few things, and I've learned a few things about him. First thing you have to know about Coy, in case you haven't figured it out, is he's very dedicated, very passionate, and slightly hard-headed. If he saw a mountain, he would not go to the top, he would run straight through it. And that's why I have no doubt as a chair, he would go past any obstacle in his way, and it would not be an issue. Beyond that, he is brutally honest. He says what needs to be said. He's not afraid, as a freshman senator, to say what he sees and say what the people here at Texas A&M need. He's a voice for the student, and he will not be held back. He will be honest, and he will be true to everyone here. And most of all, he strives for perfection in everything he does. There is not a man who I would give any more respect to because of how much he will put an effort into every single project Coy has. But beyond the skills, that really doesn't tell us a lot. A lot of y'all brought up questions about his experience. And I have no doubt Coy would have been a senator last year if he wasn't serving as a state officer traveling across the state of Texas. It's a full-time job. I actually deferred last year, my past year of college, to do it. Coy did not. He came here to school, but he was unable to serve as a senator. But in doing that, he had a lot of experiences. He met with CEOs of corporations. He met with business leaders. He served on the board of directors of a multi-million-dollar company. But most importantly, he learned how to speak to people. He learned how to speak with students across the state of Texas. He learned how to speak with teachers and faculty here at the university. Those are valuable experiences many of us don't get to have, and I can say Coy took advantage of every single opportunity. And with that, Coy also has a wealth of knowledge. I like to pride myself with being a nerd, but Coy puts me to shame. I can tell you that this past week, and it shows in his questioning, he was reading over every document he could to prepare for today because he is passionate. He wants to represent the Academics Affairs Committee, and he has a passion behind it. And so that knowledge, that effort he's put into it will serve him well on the committee. But above all of those things mean nothing unless you have heart, and I can definitely say Coy Westbrook has heart. He's one, when I would stress in the middle of the night about a speech, he would listen to it 100 times, even though he had a test the next morning. He's one who would call a student up days later after he met them just to check up on them. He's one who will stop by a professor's office and ask how they're doing instead of them having to ask how he is. He is one who cares about students. He cares about the faculty, and he sure cares about this university. I've never met someone more passionate, more dedicated, and more hard-headed than Coy Westbrook. And I know if you choose him as your Academics Affairs Chair, he will serve you well, no matter the experience, because he has that strive and that dedication. Thank you.
Okay, the floor has been yielded. Please leave the room. Before we go into a period of debate, I've been noticing something. I know a lot of you guys are new And so I think y'all are not as comfortable as getting down and debating. And so I have asked Senator Wilson to kind of simulate how you would ask for recognition for debate, how you would come to the front and debate, and how that would work. And so now this is like a pause. So this is not really a debate, but this is just a simulation. So go ahead, Senator Wilson. We're debating for candidate 1.
Yeah, I actually do have to debate for candidate 1 if you want me to just go ahead and get started.
No, well, don't do that. Yeah, just debate about something. Toilet paper.
Toilet paper over or under?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
All right, you will have 2.5 minutes, beginning at howdy.
Howdy. So being a naturally sane person and being rational in most things that I do, I'm obviously a toilet paper over kind of person. I really encourage all of you to share the same belief because I'm deeply concerned that the under portion of our society may be sociopaths. I yield to the floor.
All right, the floor has been yielded. We will now have debate for candidate 2, which is under, and we will recognize Chair Day.
Chair Day calls science. Howdy. Now, I understand that people who like their toilet paper under are seen as like a lower class people, but let me tell you, we are the educated. Let me tell you what physics says. I have a physics minor. Let me tell you what physics says that when it flips under and you go to rip it off, you get the proper amount of friction so the entire roll doesn't go, okay, So let me say, scientists, real scientists will tell you under is the proper way to do this. All right? And I yield to Senator Roberts.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
Okay, obviously, the under people are more sane than the over people because last time I checked, a cat couldn't get the over toilet paper and then filling it and make it go down. That's all I have to say. It makes it easier. And also, last time I checked, at least our toilet paper won't necessarily hit the ground and get dirty. Ours is still clean, laying under. And with that, I yield to the floor.
All right, the floor has been yielded. Do we have any more debate for candidate 1? All right, Senator Hale.
Senator Hale, Hopkins Caucus. Howdy. I'm a senator. I'm not really familiar with the debate process, but this is a topic I'm passionate about. I know we've heard a lot of debate for candidate 2. However, I'm here to testify for candidate 1. My wife and I continually argue over this. It's a source of tension, but I mean, over is. We're not heathens, okay?
Okay, the floor's been used. Okay, guys, that was very fun. I think that broke kind of the ice. And so, so how you would get recognition, basically how you see, is that you would raise Chair Day.
Chair Day,
State your point.
information. Chair Day called science information. Are there any rules regarding what names you can say when you're debating for or against candidates?
Yes, so you cannot, it's debate for a candidate, and you cannot say any senator's name at all. You have to say candidate 1, candidate 2, candidate 3, whatever. You can't say the actual name. And so, does that feel okay?
Point of information, Senator Wilson.
Yes.
You cannot say the name of the candidate that you're debating for.
No, you cannot.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, just candidate 1, candidate 2. So basically how this will work, kind of similar to what you've seen, is that you will hold up a 1 or hold up a 2, depending on which candidate you want to debate for. We're going to go back and forth, 2.5 minutes each until we reach 15 minutes. And so after 15 minutes, and which each side has been equally represented, then we'll move on into voting. And so now we're going to untime out, and we're going to have real debate. So is there any debate for candidate 1? Senator Wilson. You have 2.5 minutes, beginning at Howard.
Howdy.
Howdy.
All right, so candidate one is strikes me as an incredibly driven person. She has experience in Senate, been here for a long time. She served on the AA committee before. She's familiar with the process, so there will be no learning curve whatsoever. She has extensive relationships with faculty members, college deans, as well as faculty senators, which is going to be incredibly valuable moving forward. And she's ready to jump in. She's ready to make changes, be organized, and I encourage everybody to vote for her, as I will be doing. Is there
any more?
I yield to Senator Wayne.
Pro-Temp Wayne. Howdy, Senate. So I would like to emphasize as a returning senator how important committee and previous committee involvement is. When you serve as a chair, it means that you are running the committee. As someone in the 69th right now, none of those new senators have even been to a committee meeting yet. I would like to emphasize that so you guys know. Candidate one has extensive committee experience because she has served on the AA committee. She understands how to run the committee. She understands OER awards. She understands ICD credits. And as the previous chair of diversity and inclusion, I know that she will be the person who will push that fully forward. She's also the only candidate tonight who has attended committee meetings, like I said, has significant relationships with administration, has attended faculty senate meetings, and has also worked with tuition hearings as well, which are big parts of serving as the academic affairs chair. This isn't an easy job, and not anyone can do it. She's worked consistently with the previous chair to understand and to gain the most knowledge on this position as possible leading up to this day. We need someone who understands and excels at relationship building, understands what it means to connect SGA with our community academically, and is also passionate and diligent about the students and wants to serve the students by utilizing her extensive experience from the previous session, which is why I'm here today to emphasize that candidate one is the best and the most qualified person for this chair position. I know myself.
All right, do you have debate for candidate two? Any debate for candidate two? Are we sure? All right, hearing none, I will close the period of debate. We will now go into a ballot vote. And so again, candidate one is Senator Wolf. Candidate two is Senator Westbrook. Help you. Yes, sir. So the number and the name. So candidate one plus Senator Wolf or whoever you want.
The race is academic affairs chair, and your AA chair candidate will be whichever candidate. Your name is your name. Your caucus.
Hey, did you get one? Oh, you got one.
Does anybody not have a ballot? Yes.
I'm sorry. Any more ballots?
I mean, if you go on the road,
You see this now?
they're not free. I think. Because doing these in their steps. That's definitely.
I know that's against the rules.
Yeah, it doesn't help that I keep getting around. That's what we're supposed to do. It doesn't help that it's the students.
Yeah. Are you sweating at it? No, it's getting good. Yeah.
No, I just kind of.
You know, I took the phone, but I almost didn't bring it back.
I know, that's why I was leaving.
Yeah, but I told myself.
Yeah, but I feel like
Howdy. All right, by a vote of 43 to 15, your new AA chair is Senator Wolf. Everybody please rise. Bring courage.
I state your name.
I, Anne Marie Wolf,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office of, state your office,
the duties of the Office of Academic Affairs Committee Chair
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
and to promote good relations between the students
and to promote good relations between the students
and those concerned with the university.
and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I would ask that the new chair take her seat in the row of chairs. And now we'll move into a period of nominations. Please stay there. We will now move into a period of nomination for the office of Community Relations Chair. Do we have any nominations? Pro Temp Wang.
Pro Temp Wang, I have a nomination for Senator Jake Wilson.
All right, Senator Jake Wilson, do you accept?
I accept.
Okay. Do we have any other nominations? Seeing none, I will close the period of nomination. We'll now move into a period of election. So since we have one candidate again, they will get 5 minutes presentation, 5 minutes question and answer, and then we'll move to vote. So Senator Wilson, you have 5 minutes beginning at howdy.
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 I apologize in advance if you've already heard this presentation. I have not changed it. I'm Jake Wilson, for those of you who don't know me, and I'm proud to be in front of y'all running for CR chair. A little bit about me. I'm a first generation Aggie. I'm from a town called Dripping Springs, Texas, which is right outside of Austin. And I'm a finance major and a member of the class of 2018.
Hey.
Yikes.
Some of my involvement, I was the director at Gig the Vote. I also served as vice director for a time, and that was an organization that me and Spencer Davis got off the ground. Basically, it was a voter outreach program. We sought to increase civic engagement among students and raise awareness about local elections, as opposed to just being concerned with elections at the federal level. I've also been a peer leader in FBI for 2 years. I no longer am, but I was for my sophomore and junior year, and that's a program focused on kind of implementing young freshmen into the business school and getting them acclimated and kind of learning how to learn here at Texas A&M. I've served in the 69th session, and I'm serving in 70th, obviously. And I'm also a member of Delta Tau Delta fraternity, and I serve in the finance committee. So some of my goals are to continue working towards the goal that Gig the Vote started, just towards increasing civic engagement among the student body, because we have such a large untapped potential as a voter bloc here. Increasing the role SGA takes in community relations and affairs is kind of along the same line. I want to see SGA push students in the right direction as being, engaged citizens in this community that were required for 4 years, sometimes longer. Seeing Senate take a more active role in reaching out to the student body. I'll touch on that a little bit more in a second, but I think that the only way for this chair to be successful is to represent the voices of students rather than just pushing your own political agendas. Next slide. And so these are some of the actions for those goals that I outlined on the previous slide. For increasing civic engagement, I want to continue to work with Gig the Vote, like I said. I want to have committee members periodically speak to classes and organizations that they're a part of or in, which is something that we did in Gig the Vote. We had student ambassadors that would go out and kind of give little stump speeches just to raise awareness, tell them who we were, tell them where to get information. I want to continue that. I want to increase the role of SGA in the community. I want to advocate for the student body, not personal activism, as I already touched on. I want to see a more active role from Senate in gathering input. One idea that I have for this is the SS committee in the previous session was working on a forum, I guess you could call it, for students to input things that they would want to see changed here at Texas A&M, and I would love to see that expanded to CR to see what they want changed in the community. And that's next slide. And that's all I have. I'm open to any questions. Thanks again.
Cool. The floor has been yielded. We will now go into a period of question and answer. Do you have any questions for the candidate? Senator Roberts.
Senator Roberts, College of Liberal Arts. One of my questions for you is, what Aggie core value do you hold yours to and why?
I think integrity, just because that's kind of at the. No, I think that that's kind of at the root of all the other ones. I think that if you have integrity and you carry that forward in your life, I think that a lot of other things just come naturally. So that's one that's very important to me.
Oh, Commissioner follow-up? Yes. Wait, sorry, Senator Roberts, College of Liberal Arts. One of my questions. With your experience in Senate and your relationship with the new chairs, the Speaker and Pro Tem, how do you think you'll be able to successfully get the voice of students heard through you to our constituents?
How will I be able to receive the input from students?
How will you be able to
Please limit back and
establish?
forth. Please limit back and forth.
How will you be able to communicate with your constituents about legislation, the relationship, basically?
Yeah, well, I think that it was kind of a two-part question. I have a good relationship with the chairs that have already been elected and a great relationship with the previous chair in this position, as well as the counterpart in the executive branch from the previous student body president. And so there won't be a learning curve there. I'll be able to step in, as well as serving as CR chair briefly for the last session a few times. But so I've seen the inner workings of IA, so there won't be a learning curve there. And as far as receiving input, kind of just what I touched on, I think an idea that has a lot of potential is to expand that forum to CR so that students can just submit whatever they want in regards to things that they need changed around campus or the community that they're living in. So that'd be a great way to get input. I'd also like to see my committee members go into tabling hours or whatever the constituency affairs chair decides that will look like. I'd love to work with them to get input on the city, not just the university.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we'll close the period of question and answer. Can you please step out for me? He's up. Okay. So since we have one candidate like we did earlier, we're just going to move into a period of voting. So all in favor of confirming Jake Wilson, Senator Jake Wilson, as the next CR chair, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it and the motion carries. He will be our new CR chair. Please rise.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Jake Wilson,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office of, state your office,
the duties of the office of Community Relations Chair
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
to uphold the duties of the same
to uphold the duties of the same
and to promote the good relations between the students
and to promote the good relations between the students
and those concerned with the university.
and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations.
Pro Tem Lang, do you have a motion?
I do. I would like to motion to deviate from the agenda and move into the consideration of the Executive Vice President, Michael Zimmerman.
Okay, any seconds? All right, seeing multiple seconds, it's been moved and seconded to deviate from the agenda to go on to executive cabinet considerations. That requires a majority vote. So all those in favor of doing that, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it and motion carries. Do you have a point? Point of information. It would be a point of information. State your point, please.
Jordan Argami, College of Engineering. Are there any more officer positions elected?
Yes.
Could you please list them?
Yes, community constituency affairs. And so the other candidates are in the test right now. And so they're gonna be back before the end of the meeting so that we can have the election. And so that's what we're doing now. So we have already voted to do that. So we will now move into a period of executive cabinet consideration, starting with the appointee for the executive vice president, which would be Michael Zimmerman. So we will allow our student body president to come up with the appointee. You have 5 minutes. Beginning at
Excuse me, howdy, Senate. Okay, so congratulations to the newly elected chairs. I'm very excited to begin tonight's confirmations with the presentation of Michael Zimmerman for Executive Vice President. Michael stood out to me through the application process for a few reasons. His experience in SGA brings confidence to the position, which is something that is needed. I have full faith that when tough calls need to be made, I will be able to rely on his experiences to make the best decisions possible. Second, Michael has a good heart. That is a true quality of a leader, and I know that he will represent SGA well. Reading his application, he describes service as one of his main motivations to apply, and he references the admiration of his own mother's 50 Random Acts of Kindness project. Michael, talking about his vision for the position, talks about how his goals were to continue on the excellence that he had established serving previously in an executive cabinet. One of the ways he talked about that was by making SGA an organization noticed and respected by campus for longer than 2 months. Once again, I believe in our work here, and I'm very confident in Michael Zimmerman serving as Executive Vice President. Welcome to the report.
Well, howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
Like Bobby just said, my name is Michael Zimmerman. You can go to the next slide, actually. And I am a junior biomedical engineering honors student from Spring Branch, Texas. And if you don't know where Spring Branch, Texas is, that's okay. Not many people do unless you come from there. It's about half an hour north of San Antonio. And I am also minoring in business administration. The fun fact about me is that I am actually the 4th person in my family to attend Texas A&M. Started with my father, who was the class of 79, and then went to my uncle, who was the class of 82, my sister, who was the class of 2014, and then myself, and actually following up, my cousin is a sophomore. Go to the next slide. Perfect. And so Bobby sort of touched on this in his incredible introduction for me, but those are just a few of the values that I think this position is needed or needs to have. And first off is the unity. Making sure that cabinet works collectively as a whole is something that will really ensure that this next year goes smoothly and we actually see changes. And then respect is also a core value of mine, and just knowing that we are all very much dealing with things that nobody else can understand. And so the least that we can do is just give each other respect. And so my vision for this position is, first of all, to actively and accurately step in for SVP Brooks when he's needed. And so as EVP, a whole lot of my position would entail talking to members outside of student government on the behalf of Bobby Brooks. And that's one thing that I hope to accomplish and make sure that I do an incredible job of throughout the year. And like Bobby also said, I do want to showcase the year-round accomplishments of SGA. I think the student body here at Texas A&M hears about SGA around election season just because it's interesting. There's a whole lot of stuff that goes on, but they don't understand how much good and how many other accomplishments happen throughout the course of the year. So that's one thing that I want to showcase throughout my time. And then continuing off of that is also just to maintain and build the relationships that I formed this past year on executive cabinet between student government and faculty members. So I want to be very open with them. I want to be consistently a resource that they can come to and ask questions about anything that is going on. You can go to the next slide. And so just talking about my experience, like I've said, I was on executive cabinet this past year as the vice president of various faculty members across the university, from the provost office to various deans of colleges. I was meeting with them and forming relationships all throughout last year. And one of the key pieces of policy that I'd like to talk about is just the interview absence bill that the 69th session was working on. So I got to work directly with Alan Hernandez primarily, and just making sure that what we wanted to have happen with this is something that faculty could get on board with and is something that they could approve of. And I guess if you don't know a lot of this bill, it's changing Student Rule 7, which is kind of crazy right now, but changing it to include mandatory interviews that you can't reschedule as an excused university absence.
30 seconds.
Continuing on, my experience has also been within SGA.
Your motion, Senator Roberts.
I'm sorry. Senator Roberts, Council Liberal Arts, I have a motion to extend the period of presentation by 2 minutes.
All right. Any seconds? All right, seeing multiple seconds, it's been moved and seconded that we extend the period of presentation by 2 more minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the motion carries.
Perfect. So my work within student government as the custodian banquet director is now my second year of doing this. If you don't know much about it, there are over 500 custodians here at Texas A&M that go very underappreciated. And one thing that we have worked to do is just to give them a free lunch in one day. And it's very small. It's the least that we can do for the incredible amount of work that they offer this university, but it's just one way that we make sure that everybody here at Texas A&M feels like they're supposed to be here and that they're a part of this university. And then my last experience is that since my freshman year coming here to Texas A&M, I have been involved within SGA. And I have seen all different aspects and all different organizations here within student government, and I hope to continue that moving forward. So thanks, and here you go.
The floor has been yielded to. We will now go into a period of question and answer, which is going to be 5 minutes. And so we will start with recognition for Senator Moreno.
Senator Moreno, College of Engineering. I want to ask, why did you decide to be a director for the custodian banquet?
Right, so my freshman year, I was in an organization called Fish Aids, which is the student government flow. And from then on, I got to see just what Fish Aids did. And that was my first experience custodian banquet. And from that moment, I knew that I wanted to continue with it. I've gotten to have conversations with custodians here that really just blow me away. They truly love getting to meet students, and nobody really takes the time to interact with them. And again, like I said, this is a very small amount of time that we are able to interact with them, but it's something that I'm passionate about and continue to want to work with.
All right, Senator Krogh.
Senator Krogh, Off-Campus Caucus. In addition to the relationships that you develop with faculty and the interview absence awareness village that's also required, how have you taken actual action in order to benefit and assist the students of Texas A&M University?
Are you asking it specifically to that bill or just general?
Building off of the
back and
relationship,
forth, please.
Commissioner Display, or addressing Speaker Clark.
Yes,
Yeah.
you might continue.
Building off of the relationships, having conversations, talking to them, having the face-to-face interaction, how has that translated into actual action that has affected the lives of students on a daily basis?
Right. So a difficult thing for me being in the vice president role of academic affairs last year was understanding what really that entailed. I didn't get a whole lot of forewarning of how much interaction with faculty that I needed, but I knew that that was a requirement. And so from the get-go, at the start of the year, I wanted to make sure that I could meet with faculty members and just know them on a personal level. That way, when I had these bills and these different goals that I wanted to attain, I could go to them not as a random face, but as a friend. And so that's how I met with so many people across the university. And one of the things that I've worked on with that, so I got to work with Alan a whole lot and talk to him, but I also met with the, I believe it's John August, the faculty member here, and he is the Dean of Faculties. There it is. And he was really a good friend and ally through this because he gave me pointers and tips on how to modify the bill in such a way that faculty would be on board with it. And John August, I don't know if you know him, but he is, I don't know his role within the Faculty Senate specifically, but he is an advocate for them. And so through my meeting with him and through getting to know him and interacting with him, he was a voice for myself to Faculty Senate, which I think holds a whole lot more weight than if I was trying to present it just by myself.
All right, Senator Banks.
Senator Banks on campus. Could you please elaborate more on how you intend to increase SGA's visibility and presence on campus?
Right. Yeah. So I think it's very understood here that election season is probably one of the most recognized times for student government. And there are good aspects to that and bad aspects as well. But my initial thought process and current methods of how are we going to improve this exposure is to try to work with the university more. And so the university itself has their own line of social media. So like their Twitter accounts, their Instagram, Snapchat, all of that. I would love to be able to work in hand with them and showcasing just what SGA is doing over the course of the year. Because I think social media is a key way that you can engage students across the university without just having to stand in the MSC and pass out flyers or hold banners.
Okay. Senator Rossi?
Yes, I was wondering,
please state
Senator
your-
Rossi on campus. I was wondering, would you be interested, or would you consider increasing the number of days that students have to vote in order to increase participation?
Within election season, that's not something that I've considered. I think that would be a separate discussion that I would be open to have, but obviously want to make sure that it's something that I can't enact on myself, and I would be interacting with the election commissioner and seeing what he or she thinks about it.
All right, with 35 seconds, Senator Krog. Krog. Why did I do that?
Make a motion.
Do you have a motion? Okay,
Motion
Senator
to
Krog.
extend the period of questioning by 2 minutes.
All right, any seconds? It has been moved and seconded to extend the period of question and answer by 2 more minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The chair calls its own division. If you are for it, please stand up. All right, all opposed, please stand. All right, it looks like that fails. So you will have 35 seconds, Senator Crowe.
Senator Craig, on this topic, can you give a specific instance of both cases of the area in which you do support Mr. Brooks' ideology and instances in which you do not?
So I know one of Bobby Brooks's policy points was academics, and being in this role this past year is something that I actively agree with. I think there's a whole lot of improvements that faculty just doesn't recognize within it, and I think Bobby has some key points that can truly improve it. And I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the second part of your question. The second.
The opposite.
The opposite.
Please slow me back and forth and finish your sentence.
Sorry.
Well, your time is expired. All right. All right, so will the candidate please step aside? All right. Now we will, is he outside? Is he good? Okay. Okay. All right. So now this is our first confirmation. And so it's basically going to work as though we have one candidate, but there will be debate for this one. And so how that will work is I'm going to ask if there's debate for, and then I'm going to ask if there's debate against. If there is no, well, I'm going to first ask if there's no debate against. If I'm going to ask if there's a debate against, debate for, and if there's no debate against, I'm going to rule it one-sided, and then we will proceed to vote. And it'll be a simple voice vote. So I will now ask, is there any debate against the confirmation? Seeing none, I deem it one-sided. We will now proceed to vote. All those in favor of confirming Michael Zimmerman to be the next Executive Vice President, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it and motion carries. He is our new EVP. Please rise.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Michael Zimmerman,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office of, state your office,
the duties of the office of Executive Vice President
for the Texas A&M University Student Government
for
Association,
the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
at all times to protect the welfare of the student body
and to promote good relations between the students
and to promote good relations between the students
and those concerned with the university.
and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So now we will move into a period of consideration for the office of Chief of Staff, which the appointee is Grace Stansford. And so you will have 5 minutes beginning at Howdy.
Howdy, Senate. My next nomination is Grace Stansby for Chief of Staff. Her dedication to student government is second to none. The interview team and I felt confident selecting her to be Chief of Staff based on the fact that she has a very thorough understanding of student government and is competent, organized, and driven. All of these qualities are important to a Chief of Staff, and I need someone who is capable of managing a cabinet of competent and driven individuals. Something that is important to me for a cabinet this year is focusing on process evaluation internally so that our reach can be more pure and effective. And I need a Chief of Staff like Grace Stansby, whose knowledge about what we do complements why we do it. Welcome her to the floor.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
You can go ahead and switch to the next slide. So I am a junior chemical engineering major from Denton, Texas. Oh, heck yeah, I never did that. And have a minors in business administration. And so, fun fact, this past weekend, my first picture, I got my Aggie ring. Super excited. It is of me playing a kickball game in business professional. Scored 3 runs, so super excited about that. Dedicated to my team, got out of the test, and just sprinted there all the way across campus. So just thought that I would bring a fun little life to the situation. You can go to the next slide, please. Okay, so first I want to talk about my values that apply to the position of the Chief of Staff. The first is diligence. I think diligence is extremely important to the position of Chief of Staff. It takes a lot of work, organization, and responsibility. The second is unity. I've seen 3 executive cabinets in my time at Texas A&M, so it confirmed this will be my 4th, and I've seen a lot about the importance of unity in a team to both accomplish goals as individual entities and roles, but also to accomplish goals collectively as a student government association. The third that I think is important is adaptability. As Chief of Staff, I see someone as being able to read what the team needs, read the qualities that need to be filled, and filling that. And I think that is something that I'm extremely good at as an individual. So next I want to get into my vision for the position of Chief of Staff. The first is I want to be able to enable and empower FPP Brooks and other members of the executive cabinet to operate at a higher potential. So I want to do that in 3 ways. The first is accountability, obviously ensuring that each member feels like they have the resources and knowledge to complete their duties to the best of their abilities, and hold them accountable to their views and goals for that position. The second is leadership development, so holding developmental opportunities for cabinet through different meetings and different retreats, things like that. The third is communication. Communication is a huge important role, I think, to the Chief of Staff, and I've seen that play into the past 3 executive cabinets, how important that is to create a successful working cabinet. Next, I want to improve the efficiency through evaluating current operations and processes of the Student Government Association. I think the Student Government Association is a wonderful place that has the ability to impact positive change, but in some ways we aren't operating at our full potential and want to recognize that inefficiency and make changes. So I want to remove overlap between positions, specifically within the executive cabinet, and also find holes within the executive cabinet that aren't being covered so that every aspect of the student body is served. The last thing I want to do is unify the executive cabinet to not only fulfill the duties of their role, but as members of SGA. So that comes with being a member of the executive cabinet, what duties they have to fulfill there, but also working with the Senate and the Judicial Court and other committees within the Student Government Association to ensure that we are working as a functioning organization. So how I want to do that is twofold: team building activities. Some things that we've already talked about with actually leadership in Senate is potentially doing leadership development, challenge work day, teamwork, building ropes course kind of thing, to ensure that we are working as a unit to best serve the student body. Second is personalized management. I think it is important to recognize that each individual is their own person, It has different ways in which they need to be served and held accountable and provided resources to. And so being able to have those conversations at the very beginning of the year to ensure that I'm best enabling them. So next slide, please. And so now into my
30
experience.
seconds.
I have served on 2 executive.
We have a motion. Senator Banks.
Senator Banks on campus, motion to extend the period of presentation by 3 minutes.
All right. Any seconds? All right, some multiple seconds to be moved and seconded to extend the period of presentation by 3 minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it and the motion carries.
Thank you for that. So I have served as a member of the executive cabinet for the past 2 years. The first year as a development commissioner and the second year as operations executive vice president. Even before that, I served on the executive branch as a development commission member. So I have a lot of experience within the executive branch. I'm the only individual that has applied that has 2 years of experience on the executive cabinet and furthermore 3 years of experience within the executive branch, making me the most qualified, in my opinion, to fulfill this position. The last thing that I've served on is that applies to this is the Council for the Built Environment. So I've already been working with faculty on issues regarding the Council for the Built Environment and campus master plan. And lastly, which applies to my ability to manage a team, having management skills within that apply to SGA, is I served as silent auction chair for 2 years. I think that applies to my ability to effectively manage a team. So with that, I yield forward to questions.
All right, the
Thanks.
floor is,
Keep going.
oh, sorry. The floor has been yielded. We will now go into a period of question and answer. Do you have any questions? Senator Smart.
Senator Smart, College of Geoscience. Thank you very much for your presentation. Out of the long list of perfectly adequate things that you've done and accomplished throughout your time here at Texas A&M, what do you feel is one of the, which accomplishment of yours do you feel you're most proud of and you feel best prepare you for your future?
Thank you for that. I'd like to say, I think, so for those who aren't very familiar with the Development Commission, my freshman year when I served as a member, we started the event IB's Got Talent, which took a lot of work. But I think as a Development Commissioner, I was actually left with no transition material and was balancing a heavy course load. But I would say just making it through that year and being able to interact with cabinet, I think originally, I'm a chemical engineering major, originally had no plans or intentions of really being further involved in SGA, but decided to apply for Development Commissioner. And so I think I really fell in love with the Student Government Association that year. And so I think my work not only to fulfill that duties and like that duty of that position and better prepare the people that followed me in that position, as well as other members of cabinet, is something that I'm extremely proud of. But also, I think it comes twofold of being proud of how SGA served me, but in turn served it is just increasing my awareness of things that need to change on this campus and being excited about that, things especially regarding diversity and inclusion, which I think is extremely important, something that I would like to help this year.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
All right, any other questions? Seeing none, we will close the period of question and answer. All right, please step out. Please leave the room. All right, all right, now we will go into a period of debate. So is there any debate against the appointee? Well, seeing none, I'm going to deem that one-sided. We will now proceed to vote. All those in favor of confirming Grace Dansby as the next Chief of Staff, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. Grace Dansby will be the next Chief of Staff. Everybody, please rise.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Grace Dansby,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my abilities
the duties of the office of, state your office,
the duties of the office of Chief of Staff
for Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
for Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same
at all times to protect the welfare of the student body
at all times to protect the welfare of the student body
and to promote good relations between the students
and to promote good relations between the students
and those concerned with the university.
and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations.
All right, we will now have a period of consideration for the office of Vice President of Municipal Affairs. And that person who has been appointed is Jonah Chin. So you have 5 minutes, beginning at home.
Howdy again. Jonah Chin, simply put, I'm going to save you all the boring script. Jonah Chin, simply put, is the right choice for municipal affairs. He has more knowledge than all of us in this room combined. About, just kidding, I don't know. No, but Jonah Chin has so much knowledge, and he has one of the biggest hearts that I think I've ever encountered. I've worked with him with diversity work over the past year, and he comes into any situation he possibly can prepared and ready to do the right thing for every single student out there. He wants our voices to be heard at the municipal level and beyond, and I really am excited to be able to hear his presentation.
Well, he said it. Howdy. I'm falling asleep a little bit. For those who don't know me, my name is Jonah Chen. I've been around the stomping grounds for a little while now. It's fantastic to see a lot of familiar faces. Congratulations for winning your elections. Congratulations to winning chairs. But let's jump right into it. I'm here for your vote for Vice President of Municipal Affairs. I believe I have the strongest education and experience background to take this role. And with your help, we'll make our tailoring strengths and experience more substantial than ever with the City of College Station, the City of Ryan, and Brazos County Commissioner's Court. I'm a first-year Bush School student, and I'm studying public management, state and local government, and audit practices. I have an innate passion for public service, and I believe that government institutions at all levels are for the people, and only the people. I graduated from Texas A&M in 2016 with a Bachelor's of Arts in Political Science, with specializations, thank you, in national domestic politics, political decision-making, and government and economic development. In addition, I have a supplementary Associates of Arts and Liberal Arts from Wayne College, where I was a transfer student. I was lucky enough to get here. Let's talk about work. Okay.
I changed it.
I'm an incoming congressional intern for Congressman Pete Olson's home office in Sugarland. I'm a current graduate assistant for the Office of Fraternity and Sorority Life as a secondary advisor to the Interfraternity Council. And I have a slew of experience from different working environments that have supplemented my skill development in interpersonal communication and public speaking. Specific to the Student Government Association, next slide please. I'm the current diversity commissioner. I advise the student body president, student leaders, organizations, administration, and external stakeholders on policies relating to diversity and their impacts. I have a significant amount of experience with public policy formation, hosting large networks of communication among stakeholders, advocating on public policy, and handling our student inquiries and concerns. And just this morning, I had the pleasure of serving alongside the president of the university, the vice president of student affairs, in giving out ACE awards. And in that moment, he wanted me to convey to you, the president wanted me to convey to you all, thank you for all of your hard work. It was a really treasurable moment for him to say thank you and recognize that. That goes for all of you too. In the past, I served in this body. I was the 68th off-campus student senator. I sat right up there. Hi, Senator Hope. I served on the Finance Committee and the Ad Hoc Campus Climate and Inclusion Committee with our fantastic speaker here. And lastly, right now I'm the deputy for the Vice President of Municipal Affairs, Soja Davis. I held a communication relationship with the Brazos County Commissioner's Court and spend my time analyzing the policy decisions, rendering their impact on students. In addition, my role as Deputy and Diversity Commissioner has allowed me to develop a strong relationship with City Council members and City staff, specifically Councilman Jerome Dorick and City Manager Kelly Templin. Mr. Templin and I have had strong and productive conversations before on policy, stances, and the best practices for public management. He and I plan on going to the gun ring soon, and we're going to go hang out together. The reason being why that's important is because when you have these personal relationships at the municipal level, they'll tend to want to listen to you. They'll take you seriously. And I know that's exactly what y'all do here too. Now, I envision the VPMA team to have 46 members, including myself. It is a role that VPMA to advocate publicly and privately to council members, city staff, and commissioners on any issues that
Do you have a motion, Senator Banks?
Senator Banks on campus, motion to extend the time presentation by 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Any second? All right, been moved and seconded to extend the period of presentation by 3 more minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, the motion carries.
So, back to this. 46 members on this team to execute the duties of my office. You can see on the presentation that I select the director of the vote. I want to assign as chief of staff to myself, get a deputy for the Bryan City Council, chief of staff for them, deputy for the Bryan County Commissioners Court, with the chief of staff for them. 6 research and development officers, and I'm very glad to hear that our new CDR chair in the Senate will be looking into polling, as is the new LA chair, because that's what I'm looking for too. 2 newsletter writers, so that we are able to communicate with the mass public, and execute a public relations campaign to make sure that students know what's going on. It's hard to break down municipal issues for individuals who have no interest in it. Therefore, we have to find a way. Lastly, I need 32 gifted vote officials because this is a large campus. 64,000 Aggies now. In order to reach them all, we need to work as hard as we can, and I plan on doing that here. I continue to seek the mainstay of policy for this position. It was created 2 years ago to pursue the policy stance of having 6 unrelated occupants in a household. As of now, the zoning laws do not allow this because they believe that overburdened structures. However, I believe that when it comes down to it, with all these apartment complexes moving into the area, and their mean range of pricing is between $500 to $800 per individual, our students need options. Individuals from difficult economic backgrounds and individuals who are self-supporting who need to get through school and they need somewhere to live. Therefore, if necessary, we will push this as far as we can get it. They've been working on this for 2 years. I plan on finishing it. This is an easy policy issue. This is something for the students and individuals on the city councils, on the commissioners court, and city staff need to acknowledge that we are their largest constituency. We are the ones who are impacted every day by their decisions. Therefore, we need to do something about it. We need to have somebody who's going to push that. I would like that to be me. In closing, I want to reference the namesake of my graduate program and just say, public service is a noble calling. It's tough to want to push these policy issues because they're boring for some people, impactful for some others, and in some instances, they're too tough to push. You just need someone to work for you. I want to be that person. Thank you.
The floor has been yielded. We will now go into the period of question and answer. Do you have any questions for the candidates? Going once, going twice. Senator Moreno.
Senator Moreno, you have many great lists of achievements. Which one would you say is your most prized achievement that you've had?
That is a really tough one. I would say that being an incoming congressional intern for Pete Olson's office is what's really important to me right now, because I got there because of Texas A&M. I came from Glenn College as a full-time student. I worked through that, transferred over here, had to readapt to a completely new environment, take those tough courses. I was done with my 4 classes. I had to take double level ones. At the same time, I was like, acclimated here. Through all that, pushing through, getting kicked out of the Bush School program when I applied for 3+2, and then getting back in has led me to where I am now. That is the most beautiful thing.
All right. Senator Hall.
Senator Howe.
Howard, I apologize.
Hi, I just want to know how you think that your education at the Bush School will help you in this position.
You should come to the Bush School. It's a very intense program. It's application-based, no theories. The whole point is that when we go into these internships that they make us do between the first and second years, that we're able to execute our duties. Right now, I'm going through public policy formation, public management, public performance management, and several other courses like quantitative methods in order to learn the skills necessary to take on jobs like this. When I said I want to do polling, I want to do it because they taught me how. When I say I want to do public management, I want to manage a team of 46 people because they taught me how. When I want to say that I want to help out with policy formation, pushing for our students correct policies, they taught me how.
All right, Senator Edmondson.
Senator Edmondson, College of Ag and Life Sciences. So you have a lot of experience, and you said you want to be the one who changes the 6-person occupancy policy. So what's your plan of action moving forward to be the person that does do that?
You got it. So, let's go back to that slide with 46.
Good question.
Gonna go back to that slide with 46. Yeah, there we go. All of these individuals here will be part of that effort. I'm gonna break it down for everybody right now. Gig the Vote handles elections. There's an election this season coming up for city council positions. In order for students to become more involved with all of this and need to know more, that's where the newsletter individuals come in. And they conduct research alongside the research and development officers, do polling, research about the city standards and elections to pass, and do policy analysis for the things that they want to implement. When we do all of those things, we understand the position, we understand what we want to do, we understand what impacts they can make on our population. And then once that happens, once we render that report, we deliver it to the student population. All of those interested will have access to it and have that transparency that they need from a government institution. Now, for the 2 newsletters, those are particularly important because that is the outreach that we're going to do. Those newsletters will educate, inform, and excite individuals. We'll find a way to do it, and I plan on using the 10-point contact plan. That is from Vincent Harris's firm in Austin. He is a political campaign strategist that taught me whenever I was at campaign boot camp. We need 10 points of contact for every policy program that you want to push. They need to know what it's called, they need to know what it does, they need to know what vote count there is. Therefore, I want to use the 10-point program with flyers, banners, newsletters, memes even. Really, it comes down to that. Any points of contact, short videos that you can see on the internet of about 10 seconds, they will notify, and we will find a way. The reason I can do this is because it's Bush School, it's because of my service in the Diversity Commission, it's because it takes A&M. They teach us all this in our classes. I like to use it. Okay.
Thank you.
Senator Roberts.
Withdrawn.
All right, do we have any more questions? Pro Temp Wang.
Pro Temp Wang, a lot of people in this room are wondering where you learned how to be such a dramatic speaker.
I'm a huge freaking nerd. Right? And the reason I say that is because in my car, when I'm driving, I like to listen to presidential biographies. Political debates. My favorite debate is 2008, Obama versus McCain. Those 2 individuals had starkly different policy stances and had very good rhetoric. If you reflect back to President Obama's 2004 convention speech, he had a particular I'm going to keep going. He had a particularly beautiful deliverance that I would like to emulate. To me, it matters a lot that we're able to speak our mind in every way, form, or fashion. I like to learn how. And that's why I'm such a dramatic little girl.
Do we have any more questions? Seeing none, I will close the period of question and answer. For the candidate, please go outside. Yeah. All right, so is there any debate against the nominee? Seeing none, I deem debate one-sided. We'll now proceed to vote. All those in favor of confirming Jonah Chin as the next Vice President of Municipal Affairs, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. He will be our new Municipal Affairs Vice President here today.
I state your name.
I, Jonah Chen.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
To faithfully execute to the best of my ability.
To faithfully execute to the best of my abilities.
The duties of the office of, state your office.
The duties of the office of Vice President of Municipal Affairs.
For the Texas A&M University Student Government Association.
For the Texas A&M University Student Government Association.
to uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
and to promote good relations between the students
and to promote good relations between the students
and those concerned with the university.
and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, we will now have consideration of the appointee for Development Commissioner, which is Kyle Mira. You have 5 minutes beginning of that.
In the best interest of time, I will give you kind of a quick summation of Kyle. He's a fresh face to SGA, but that does not mean that he cannot get a job done. He has extensive work in core staff working with development already, and I felt that he was extremely fantastic for this position. Whenever I was talking to him in his interview, his answers felt like conversation, and that's when you know that someone's meant for something. I have full faith that he's going to be able to do this well and serve the student body, and he's just a good guy also. So here's Kyle.
Howdy.
Howdy.
You go to this level. All right, so as always said, my name is Kyle Muir. I'm from Katy, Texas. I'm a finance major, and I'm currently seeking a commission with the U.S. Army. The two pictures up there are just me and my family, and naturally I had to get one of me showing off my new ring, so. All right, so let's start off with talking about the values that I want to use to drive developments next year. And 3 of those would be innovation, growth, and impact. And I'll use those 3 to kind of steer the conversation and talk about my vision for next year. So first one, focus on innovation. My first vision is doing a comprehensive development review and seeing where development has been, where it is, where it can go. And I want to put the emphasis on that as far as recognizing the issues and deficiencies in development, and then looking forward and finding ways to capitalize on opportunities to grow the efficiency and the effectiveness of SGA development. So speaking of growth, I want to focus on the endowment. Referring specifically to the endowment, my plan is to develop a multi-year plan where we can establish better practices, better ways to grow our endowment more efficiently, more effectively, and really hit our mark that we plan towards that 1 million mark. And then our endowment currently sits at $250,000, and that's been since it was started in 2007. And I think everyone would agree that that's not quick enough. That's not the pace that we want for the growth of the endowment to hit. So my plan is to create a multi-year plan for developing better ways, better practices, and then I want to have benchmarks so that future people who come in after me can have goals to hit, they can have plans, and they can have numbers to hit, so that we're actively reaching that goal of hitting and fulfilling that endowment. And then for the last one, for campus outreach, this really focuses on my value of impact for development. So talking about campus outreach, first off, I really want to expand the promotional ability of SGA. The best way we can bring in money, we can do the work that development does, is if the rest of the student body knows what we're doing, they know about the programs, they know about the decisions that it makes. Everything that we do is promoted as well as possibly can be. And I think that's something that development can grow a lot, can improve on. That's something I really want to spearhead with the rest of the cabinet. Along with that, I want to find new opportunities to build stronger ties with the rest of the university. You know, SGA does a lot. I think there's always opportunities, and I want to help find those opportunities to work with those student organizations and have that affect, our programs that we do, decisions that we make, and have more people know about them, and then look for opportunities for us to work with organizations through the MSC or social business or anything across campus to really expand the reach and the impact the student government has. With that, that's my basis of my vision and everything. And I want to talk about specifically my experience.
1 minute.
1 minute.
Senator Roberts.
Senator Roberts, College of Liberal Arts, I have a motion to extend the period of presentation by 3 minutes.
Okay, saying multiple seconds. It's been moved and seconded that we extend the period of give a presentation for 3 minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you. All right, and I want to focus mainly on my most relative experience, and something Bobby touched on a little bit ago was this last year I've been serving as a public relations sergeant for the Corps of Cadets on Corps staff. And what the public relations job does is very similar to development as far as fundraising and expanding vision, really work with organizations. But the big key, one of the big keys to this is the three I listed up there is ambassadorship, fundraising, and building relationships. And I'll speak a little bit about the experience. When I came in this year with the other officer for public relations, the chain was about to not exist anymore. And we've been able to change it, make it much more functional, and we really expanded the totals and things we've done, we've raised substantially. I'll get into that in a second. As far as ambassadorship goes, I've done a lot through the chain to represent a positive image of the Corps to the rest of the university, to donors, to administration, and to other universities, whether that's going and speaking to their organizations or going to their conferences at other universities and other military schools. And the key one I want to focus on is fundraising, because that's probably the most relevant to development. So this year, we added a lot more plans to bring in money for the course winner pretty much balanced. And so last year, our total money raised was $145,000, and this year our goal was $160,000. And so in the fall, we developed plans to help that grow. And we set a record in the fall for total money raised at $12,000 in the fall. I don't know the previous number, but I know we were well above what we currently had, because at this point last year, for total money raised Corps-wide, they were at about $13,000. Right now, we're at $38,000. And then the last with building relationships, one of the key things I really want to do, just to kind of expand the role of public relations, and it's something I want to do to expand the role of development, is reaching out to other organizations and finding opportunities to work together and grow. Something I did with the NOC this year is finding ways to grow our promotional ability for them to promote to cadets, for us to help them with people in organizations, and then for us to work on joint programs, which we did back in the fall. So that's kind of the key, just overview of things I've done the last year that really just relates to the development job. And so with that, that's all I've got for my presentation. So open to questions.
All right, the floor has been yielded. We will now go into a period of question and answer. Do you have any questions? Senator Smart.
Senator Smart, College of Geoscience. For this upcoming year, what's something that you are most excited about, given that if you are given the opportunity, what are you most excited about? What are you most looking forward to for this upcoming year?
Okay, so I think that goes back to the first thing I talked about, is doing my self-confidence review of the development position and seeing where it's at and where it can grow. And I know there's been issues about how effective it's been as far as raising money and the programs and how effective they've been. And so I'm really excited to go in there and look and see where it's at. And I'm excited for new opportunities for us to grow. I think we have a lot of ability to bring in more money, really good core purpose of development, and then finding avenues for development to find new growth to impact student government and the rest of the university. So I'm just excited for those new opportunities.
Thanks very much. Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, we will end the period of question and answer. Can you please leave the room? All right. Is there a debate against the nominee? Seeing none, I deem that one-sided. We'll now proceed to vote. All those in favor of confirming Kyle Muir as a development commissioner, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it and motion carries. The new development commissioner, please rise.
I state your name.
I, Kyle Muir,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office of, state your office,
the duties of the Office of Development Commissioner,
the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
Texas A&M Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of your office
to uphold the honor of my office
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
and promote good relations between the students
and promote good relations between the students
and those concerned with the university.
and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We will now have a period of consideration for the office of Vice President of University Committees, and that appointee is Sarah Sweeney.
5 minutes.
5 minutes and howdy.
Howdy, everybody. So Sarah Sweeney is going to be the youngest person that I'm putting up tonight, but that is not to say that she is not prepared or not qualified whatsoever. She's only been here for a year, but that whole year has been jam-packed with experiences and fervor to learn this university better and to serve those students. She is a breath of fresh air walking into a room, and I know that she's going to create this long-term sustainability in the university committee's position that is sorely missed in years past. She's very excited. She's learning as much as she can about the position, and I know she's going to do absolutely fantastic. Thank you all.
Next slide. Howdy, Senate. My name is Sarah Sweeney, and I'm a freshman biochemistry major from Richardson, Texas, and I'm the appointee to Vice President of University Committees. So I want to start about telling y'all from my vision for the committee. So first off, I want to make each appointment with the utmost consideration and finding the most motivated and most passionate individuals to serve on these university committees so that they are able to properly represent the opinions of the student body and the vision that SPP Bobby Brooks has for the year. And secondly, I plan to cultivate an environment of higher expertise in each committee by grouping the committees on similar topics. For example, there's multiple university committees involving academic affairs or athletics. And grouping these committees together and having the same individuals serve on each of the committees. This way, they will be better informed about all topics discussed in their committee meetings, and also just have a greater depth of knowledge. And lastly, I really want to form clear communication expectations with each committee member. I plan to do this, so in recent years, there's been a Google form that's sent out to the committee members that they are required to send back after their meetings. And just maintain that constant communication, resending out that form every month so it's constantly in their inbox. And having a master calendar of when the committee meetings are so that I'm able to send reminders and updates that they're getting back to me with that form. And also, I plan to add 2 questions to the form. The first question being how the committee and the committee member was tangibly working to meet the goals of their committee that meeting. That way they stay on a proper timeline throughout the year to get everything accomplished. And secondly, adding a question asking if they need anything from myself or the executive cabinet. This way, I will also be held accountable that I am serving the committees to the best of my ability. So 2 values I think will play a vital role in my position as Vice President of University Committees will be consistency and empowerment. I want to be consistent in my communication that I maintain with the committee members, and I also want to be consistent to the high standard I will hold them to. And for empowerment, I don't just want to be a position that maintains structure for university committees. I want to use my words and my actions to empower these individuals. They are serving the university to the best of their ability. So now onto my experience. So this past year through Fish Aids, I had the opportunity to serve as a team member on the Legislative Relations Committee. And I don't know if y'all heard, but Legislative Relations has had a pretty big year. I got to be a part of the launching of the Texas Student Government Coalition, which completely changed the way that college students across Texas advocate for higher education and college students. And working for the launching of this, I got to plan a big advocacy day down at the Capitol, and I got to plan appointments with state representative office, and on that actual advocacy day, get to go around and talk to state representative's office. And I hope this shows y'all that I have experience talking to people of high importance. As VP of UCOMS, I will be in close contact with faculty and administration, and through my work with LR, I have learned the degree of professionalism required to be in contact with such people. Also, through LR, I had the opportunity to sit in on cabinet meetings this past semester, and this really got me familiar with the ins and outs of cabinet, and also showed me the time and dedication required of a cabinet member.
Senator McCaskill, do you have a motion?
At St. McCaskill Transition Academic Programs, I moved to extend the time of presentation to 3 minutes.
Okay, any seconds? All right, seeing multiple seconds, you can move and second it to extend the period of presentation by 3 minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you. So as I was saying, so being able to observe the cabinet, I learned the time and dedication and commitment required as a cabinet member. And I would not be standing before you today if I didn't think I have what it takes. My other campus involvement throughout this past year has been through my sorority, Kappa Alpha Theta. And in my sorority, I had the opportunity to work with over 300 girls to raise money and awareness for our philanthropy events. And I think working with such a large group of people has prepared me to work with the over 100 university committee members that I would be in charge of next year. Further proving my ability to manage a team, my senior year of high school, I had a really unique opportunity to be a mentor to a freshman advisory class in my high school. And so my role in this position was preparing weekly lesson plans for these freshmen and really just being there to serve them in any capacity I could. And my freshmen taught me a lot about how to serve humbly. And that is why I'm here to serve this university. And I can guarantee you that if appointed, I will serve Texas A&M and the Student Government Association with the highest degree of excellence. Thank you so much.
All right, the floor has been yielded. We're now moving to a period of question and answer. Do you have any questions for the candidate? Senator Banks.
Senator Banks on campus. What lasting impact and legacy do you want to have on the university committee system during your time?
Well, for sure. So one thing I think is a unique opportunity, only being a freshman, is hopefully that I'm able to continue in my involvement in student government. That way, with this sense of continuity, just being able to extend my knowledge on all different branches of student government, so I'm able to be someone that makes lasting impact year after year.
All right. Senator Moreno.
Senator Moreno, College of Engineering. Being a freshman, which Texas A&M core value do you hold more dear to you?
I think I would also have to say integrity. I think one thing that this university has shown me this past year is that it's filled with just the most incredible people. And all of them, I think, are that incredible because they hold integrity at the center of their life. How they strive for leadership in excellence and all that they do, I think that's what we're doing.
Okay. I'm actually going to recognize myself, Speaker Hood. So I know. Did I say Speaker Hood? Oh God. Anyway. Sorry about that. Anyway, Speaker Clark. So I know that university committee attendance isn't the best. And so I would like to know some of your plans on how you make that better.
Yes, for sure. So first off, I'm sure y'all aware there's an application process for the university committees, and just being super thorough and reading those applications to find individuals that are passionate about the goals of their committee. And hopefully if they are passionate about that they will be excited to attend these meetings and make their impact on the university. And also just really maintaining a close contact with my committee members. Even though there's so many of them, I want to be someone they can go to, a friendly face. And so that way, hopefully they feel held responsible for going to the committee members. And I'm also fully prepared if conflicts come up to step in and attend the meetings myself.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we will close the period of question and answer. Will the candidate please step up, sign? All right, is there any debate against the nomination? I will deem that one-sided. And now move into a period of voting. All those in favor of confirming Sarah Swinney as the new vice president of the university committees, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it and the motion carries. Sarah Swinney will be our new vice president of the university committees. Please rise.
solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office of, state your office,
the duties of the office of Vice President of University Committees
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
and to promote good relations between the students
and to promote good relations between the students
and those concerned with the university.
and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations.
Pro Tem Wang, do you have a motion?
I do. I would, Pro Tem Gwen, I'd like to move, I'd like to deviate to, back to the Constituency Affairs Chair Officer election on the agenda.
Okay, is there any seconds? All right, seeing multiple seconds, it has been moved and seconded to deviate back to the original agenda to consider the office of Constituency Affairs Chair. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Well, the ayes have it and the motion carries. I will now open the floor for nominations for Constituency Affairs Chair. Do we have any nominations? Senator Wilson. Chair Wilson, I apologize.
Chair Wilson, Institute for Community Relations. I nominate Senator Gentile Dula.
Okay, Senator Dula, do you say? Okay. Any other nominations? All right, seeing none, I will close the period of nominations. We'll now go into a period of election for this chair. And so since we have one candidate, we'll ask him to come down. He will have 5 minutes. So we have 5 minutes presentations, 5 minutes question and answer. And then we will go into and so. Yeah. That's not what's up? No. So what's gonna happen? You're good.
Technical difficulties.
Yeah, sorry about that technical difficulties. You know what, we're gonna finish. Yeah, we're gonna finish. So that we can consider.
Gentile to the protemp.tamusenate@gmail.com.
I don't know why. Because I always used to hear it. I'm not used to hearing it.
Tonight has been a different kind of
All right. I'm just going to call a 2-minute recess. 2 minutes, meaning we need to be back in 2 minutes, or you can just stay here. But I'm going to call a recess for 2 minutes.
You can understand.
this one? Just whichever one is
I'm standing in the teacher's dining. Alright, please come back to order. Please bring everybody back in. So you will have 5 minutes, beginning at half.
Well, howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
It's the slide for this. I'm Senator Gentile Dula. A little bit about me. Born in Ethiopia, but raised in Houston, Texas. I speak 3 languages: Amharic, Oromo, and English. English is the one I'm listening to currently. Physics major, math minor. I was actually at a physics exam before this, so that's why I was a little late, but it was wondering. Next slide, please. A few of my involvements on campus: Alpha Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, across Fall 16, Blackstone Alliance Council President, student senator on campus Congress. That was the last session because there's a slide when I was running for this position last session, 6-9 session. And I was constituency affairs chair, so that's a little bit of relevant experience. I was a member of the President's Adverse Inclusion Council, so I worked with President, Vice President, Provost, people like that. Black Leadership Roundtable chair, where I work with different organizations on campus, for that aspect of it. Motivation. So what originally motivated me to do this was to make sure that the Senate was reaching out in a manner that I think helped all students and also helped students, reach back out to us, because when we discuss what we do here and how we do our job, a lot of it is involved with making sure that we have those channels between students and us so that we can properly represent them. So I want to see Senate take a more active role in campus lifestyle. And so I think some of my actions as chair and up to now have shown that. When I started as chair, we had little to no legislation in our community. I think the constituency affairs can attest to that. But we've been working on different bills like the Aggie Hartsburg bill, and also been working on, just reforming the committee. So I want to see mainly what I've been doing and what the rest of my committee's been doing, carry out in the next session, into the second session. So some of these goals listed up here have actually been already put into place. So we've been working on reforming the committee through the act that is still under progress right now. But we've been working on changing and completely taking out tabling hours because we decided that was ineffective. And that we went from going from face-to-face communication to organization, working and networking, creating channels of information between us and them on a consistent weekly level. So just different things like that that help us achieve these goals and help us do more on campus. And so that's just a little bit about me without everything.
Okay, the floor has been yielded. We'll now have a 5-minute question and answer period. Do you have any questions for the chair candidate? Well, seeing none, I'll close the period of question and answer. Will the candidate please step outside for us? Bobby. All right, so since we only have one candidate, we're going to do similar to what we did earlier. So all those in favor of approving Gentile as, well, Senator Abdullah as the next Constituency Affairs Chair, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it and the motion carries. Please rise.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear to faithfully execute the duties of the office of, state your office.
The office of Constituency Affairs Chair.
For the Texas A&M University Student Government Association.
For the Texas A&M University Student Government Association.
To uphold the honor of the same.
To uphold the honor of the same.
At all times to protect the welfare of the student body.
At all times to protect the welfare of the student body.
And to promote good relations between the students.
To promote good relations between the students.
And those concerned with the university.
And those concerned with the university.
Congratulations.
So can you say your pleasure? But it doesn't. Can you take a seat at the row of chairs? Pro Tip Wayne, do you have a motion?
I move to temporarily suspend the rules.
You gotta.
Oh, sorry, Pro Temp Wang. I have a motion to suspend the rules temporarily to consider the VP of Legislative Relations from the Executive Cabinet.
All right, are there any seconds? Seeing multiple, it's been moved and seconded to suspend the rules to allow for the consideration of the VP of LR. So that is non-debatable, it's non-amendable, and then it requires a 2/3 vote, actually. So we are going to proceed to vote. All those in favor of suspending rules, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. We will now move into a period of consideration for the VP of LR. You have 5 minutes to get and get howdy.
Howdy. Okay, so we have a theme tonight of experienced people doing good things and wanting to carry their work into the future. That's not going to be any different with Brandon. He's a very, very experienced guy. He also is someone I've thoroughly enjoyed getting to know through this process. And his work will speak for itself. I look forward to y'all getting to see a little bit about what he does and what he can do in the future, and how he does plan to represent all the students through his work next year. Thank you.
Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
Next slide, please. My name is Brandon Ginn. I'm a junior political science major from Trophy Club, Texas. Also an Arabic minor. Trophy Club is a small town in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. If you know it, fantastically different. Fun facts about me: I am a first-generation Aggie. Received my Fight Texas Aggie ring last week. I have also shared an elevator with Khloe Kardashian. So 3 values that I hold that I believe are critically important for legislative relations are commitment, self-service, and responsibility. Being the VP of Legislative Relations, it is a logistically challenging role. You're acting as a liaison between the executive cabinet, the legislative branch, here within SGA, between the A&M administration, between the system administration, and between the state and federal legislature. There are a lot of different moves at play, So you have to be logistically responsible and committed to that in order to see all the actions carried out from the legislative branch all the way up through. And then that involves, furthermore, the selfless service aspect. My job as legislative relations would be to advocate for the issues that you all, Student Senate, put forward in addition to what SVP Brooks puts forward. So I would take those issues, work with the legislative relations team, and advocate for those issues at the state legislature and onward. As far as my vision goes for legislative relations, I have 4 main goals. The first of which is to ensure the sustainability and continuity of the Texas Student Government Coalition. Over the last 2 years, I've had the opportunity to come under Jacob Arnett, and I've seen TSGC grow from an idea in Jacob's mind to reality. An organization that involves 22 universities across the state of Texas, represents 500,000 college students, and has revolutionized how higher education is advocated for in the state of Texas. So that is a big priority for ensuring the future of that coalition. The second goal of mine is to foster new and old relationships. Even though next year will be an off year, it will be critically important to maintain the contact that LR has made with the state legislature. So when the next legislative session rolls around, we can hit the ground running and not have to build relationships. We already have the relationships there. So we can move quicker and get more work on getting more bills passed to the state legislature. And also, I see many familiar faces in here in Student Senate and many new ones as well. So I'm greatly looking forward to getting to meet all of you and work with you, passing the legislation that you all are interested in the state legislature. And then thirdly, I'd like for our legislative relations to explore the opportunities that are available at the federal level during this upcoming off year for the state legislature. Work with the Federal Relations Office, see what we can do to advocate for Texas A&M students in Washington. And then lastly, I'd like to work with SVP Brooks on making A&M become the coordinating school in SEC in DC. As many of you know, back in February, the Legislative Relations Team, in addition to the Texas Government Coalition, hosted their Advocacy Day in the Capitol in Austin. We had universities from across the state come in and planned hundreds of appointments for all these different universities. So I think we could successfully replicate that over, I know we could, in Washington for the entire Southeastern Conference. Next slide, please. And as far as my experience goes here on campus, as I mentioned, I served on the Legislative Relations Commission for the last 2 years under Jacob Arnett. I'm a research assistant.
1 minute.
Department of Communications. And
Chair Economides has a motion.
I have a motion to extend the presentation time.
Please state your name.
Chair Economides, on campus.
Chair
Legislative
Economides.
Affairs,
There you
okay.
go.
I have a motion to extend the period of presentation by 3 minutes.
Seeing multiple seconds, it's been moved and seconded to extend the period of presentation by 3 more minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it and the motion carries.
Thank you, Chair Economides. And I've had the opportunity to serve in multiple other organizations here on campus and officer roles as well. And as far as my professional experience goes, I've interned for U.S. Congressman Kate Granger, and through that internship, I had the opportunity to work on legislation at the ground level, drafting, editing, reviewing legislation for her office, and then crowdsourcing opinions to her constituency up in Fort Worth. So I've seen the groundwork side and the legislation on the federal level, and I've also been on the implementation side as well, through internships with the U.S. Department of State, where I worked in the public diplomacy capacity with the U.S. Consulate General before Pakistan, and then most recently with the U.S. Department of Defense last summer, and this upcoming summer working in a foreign policy. Next slide, please. And then as far as my legislative relations specific experience goes, over the course of this year during the active legislative session, I've had the opportunity to attend hundreds of meetings with state representatives, state senators, and their staff in Capitol Austin, advocating the issues that you all passed during your 69th session. And then I've also testified before the Texas House Higher Education Committee in favor of HB 355, which would prevent universities from putting additional burden on veterans trying to use their financial aid programs. And I've also worked with the Legislative Relations team to build strong relationships with the state legislature, including in very strong relationships with Representative Rainey, Senator Betancourt, Senator Garcia, Representative J.B., Representative Roberts, and many other representative senators and their staff. Now, within Texas A&M University, I've developed a relationship with Michael O'Flynn, who is the VP of Government Relations, with Valerie Offit, who is the project coordinator for the Office of Federal Relations, and also with Scott Sutton, who's the Assistant Vice Chancellor for Federal Relations. I was actually in a meeting with Scott Sutton and Congressman Bill Flores over here this morning discussing some research we've been working on. Next slide, please. So, thanks and give them.
has been yielded to. We will now go into a period of question and answer. And I will start by recognizing myself, Speaker Clark. So can you explain your working relationship with our new LA chair and how that will help you in y'all's position?
Definitely. So I have a very strong relationship with Chair Economidi. We work together on legislative relations throughout this school year so far. I've made multiple trips to Austin with her and worked very, very heavily with her on SB 962, which is the sexual assault reporting bill, which she attended her press conference on. So I had the opportunity to work with her in that capacity as well as on many other trips in many other offices. So I'm very confident that over the next school year we'll be able to work together, liaise perfectly between executive and legislature, in order to get as many bills passed as we can to best advocate for the students of Texas A&M.
Okay, thank you. Senator Economidi.
Chair Economidis, Legislative Affairs. Can you please elaborate more on your work with the State Department and your second year going into the Department of Defense?
Definitely. So with the State Department, my role there was a virtual public diplomacy internship where I had the role of helping repair relationships between the Americans and the Pakistani civilian population, which at the time was a dwindling relationship 50-50 due to increased drone strikes in Pakistan. So that was my role there. And with the Department of Defense last summer and going into this summer, I'm working in a foreign affairs and military affairs capacity.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, we will close the period of question and answer. Will the candidate please step out? All right. Is there any debate against the nominee? Seeing none, I deem that one-sided. We'll now proceed to vote. All those in favor of confirming this person as the new Vice President of Legislative Relations, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it and the motion carries. We do our new Brendan, we do our new LA Vice President. Yes, yes.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Brandon Gant,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
to faithfully execute to the best of my ability
the duties of the office of, state your office,
to the duties of the office of Vice President of Legislative Relations
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
for the Texas A&M University Student Government Association,
to uphold the honor of the same
to uphold the honor of the same
at all times, to protect the welfare of the student body,
at all times to protect the welfare of the student body,
and to promote good relations between the students
and to promote good relations between the students
and those concerned with the university.
and those concerned with the university.
Congratulations.
All right. We will now have a period of open session, but since we are pressed for time, I will entertain a motion to close the period of open session. Chair Day.
Chair Day, College of Science, I move to close the period of open session.
All right, any seconds? Seeing a lot of seconds. It is a movement seconded to close the period of open session. We will now proceed to vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it and the motion carries. We will now move into a period of committee reports, starting with Pro Tem Lane.
All right. Howdy, Senate.
Howdy.
So, first of all, congratulations to all of our newly elected officers. This has probably been the most efficient officer election meeting we've ever had. So, thank you, everybody, for not driving us out. So, just for the officers, I'm going to make a group meet for IA, and then the IA meeting for this week will either be Sunday or Monday. We'll do a doodle poll so we can figure out what time works best for everybody. Please make sure that you can make it because I'm going to go through like a training, basically a mini training to show you guys like responsibilities and all of that other stuff as you transition over. bring stuff to take notes. And then we will be having an IA retreat this summer, hopefully, depending on everyone's schedule. So we'll figure that out then too. And then, let me see. My last little tidbit is actually about the Facebook group. 1 second. Sorry. I'm gonna call a couple people out, sorry. I don't have Tamara Monroy, Joel Salazar, Nick Smart, Tate Banks, Shane Benke, and Nicholas Tilson in the Facebook group. So if I just called your name, or if you're not in the Facebook group and you know that you're not in the Facebook group, please come and see me at the end of the meeting. And then again, with the committee reports and my whole presentation earlier during the meeting, if you missed it, I will be sending out an email at the end of this week with information pertaining to committee reports, to our absence policy, and also giving you access to the drive. And I'm open for questions.
All right, the floor has been yielded. We will now have a period of question and answer for the rotate. Senator Moore.
Senator Moore, off campus Senate. What if we don't have a Facebook?
Please let me know so that I don't continue like looking for you. You know, yeah, that's okay.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you so much, Pro Tem. Oh, I'm sorry, Chair Day. I apologize. Didn't look over.
Science. This is actually more for the chairs up here. Do you still like us to give a brief presentation on what our committee does?
Yes. So right after I finish yapping, each chair will get up and give a brief description of what their committee does and also what kind of legislation they handle. And hopefully this will give you a little bit more insight as to which committee you'd like to be placed in. If you zone out or you forget, there are descriptions on the form itself, and I'm always open for questions. So you can always shoot me an email or any of the chairs an email pertaining to anything in your committee as well. Thank you.
All right, period of question and answer has expired. I will now move to the Constituency Affairs Chair, and I will ask all the chairs, please keep it very brief since we only have about 10 minutes. And so try to keep it under a minute if you can. But you do have 5 minutes beginning at Howdy. Keep it brief.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Howdy. I just luckily really appreciate that, by the way. My committee, we do anything with one constituency and how student government build it organization. So what that looks like is actually going to change a lot. So if you're looking to join my committee, look into the Constituency Affairs Committee and come with changes that you want to see or things that you think can help us.
All right, the floor has been yielded. Do you have any questions for our Constituency Affairs Chair? Seeing none, thank you so much. We'll now move to a committee report for our new Student Services Chair. Again, please keep it under 1 minute, but you have 5 minutes. Beginning at House.
Howdy, Senate. So student services deals with anything student services related. That's disability services, transportation services, dining services, etc. So if you're interested in that and helping like student voice be heard in that, I'm not enjoying student services. I yield the floor.
Okay, the floor has been yielded. We're now going to a period of question and answer. Do we have any questions for our chair? Seeing none, we will close that period. Thank you so much. We will now have we will now hear from our finance chair.
Hey, finance. Okay, so my committee deals with the allocation process in the fall of next year, and also talks and helps give Senate opinion on SOFAD recommendations next spring and how we'd like UAF money to be spent efficiently. And so that's my committee. And just real quick, I want to say thank you guys for making this such an efficient session, or excuse me, efficient election process. And I want to remind the body that any opinions or stances that are made in this room as a senator should not interfere with interpersonal relationships outside of this room. If someone disagrees with you, try to reach out, get to know your fellow senators, because just because you disagree on something doesn't mean you can't work together in the future. And with that, I yield the floor.
Okay, the floor has been yielded. Do we have any questions for our finance chair? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now move to a report from our legislative affairs chair.
Chair Committee's Legislative Affairs. So Legislative Affairs deals with legislation that will be working to benefit our students of higher ed when they go to Austin when the session takes place back in, or coming up in 2019. So if you'd like to join my committee, be up for looking into researching legislation that would benefit the students, and that's kind of nonpartisan, so when you go to Austin, you can get a lot of people to represent it. So with that, I yield my time to the board.
All right, the floor has been yielded. Do we have any questions for our chair? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will now hear from our academic affairs chair.
Chair Wolf, Academic Affairs. Mine, like I said in my presentation, is just kind of more of a liaison between students and administrators. So we go on tuition, core curriculum, different credits, and things that are implemented in student daily lives. So I've heard, some senators also already come up to me and said that they're interested in this, so feel free to reach out with any questions, and I'm excited to see what work we can do. Yield the floor.
All right, the floor has been yielded. Do we have any questions for our chair? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now hear from our community relations chair.
Hi, so the community relations committee is going to take on a lot more of a robust role this time. I'm trying to make it be a true liaison in between the students and the city, and we're going to be working with my counterpart in the executive branch, Jonah. We're going to be working with Get Good Vote. But we'll also, just kind of by default, end up working with student services a lot, because a lot of what legislation affects that will also affect the city. So if you're excited about that and want to make some changes to the community relations committee, I want.
All right, the floor has been yielded. Do we have any questions for our chair? Seeing none, thank you very much. And lastly, but not least, we will go to our Rules and Regulations chair for his report.
Senator Johnson, Rules and Regulations. So the Rules and Regulations Committee works with legislation that concerns the SGA's constitution, the executive bylaws, judicial bylaws, and Senate bylaws. So if you have any questions, please feel free to come talk to me. If you have any questions about RR.
All right, the floor has been yielded. Do we have any questions for our chair? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now move into a period of executive reports, starting with our student body president, Bobby Brooks. And we'll ask him also, since we do not have much time, to keep it very brief, 2 minutes, if you can.
Fantastic, of course I can. So basically, in summation of tonight, I did the thing last session meeting where we talked about a core value that was excellent for tonight's community selfless service. I just want to thank everyone that stepped up for leadership tonight, because you're going above and beyond what everybody else in this room already is. You're saying I'm ready to take the fall for people that I can't necessarily control. So whenever you get in, people get in your committees, and if they make mistakes, you're gonna have to take that responsibility. And I know you're gonna take that graciously, and I'm very excited for that. And that's the same that I have to say for myself with my cabinet members, and just everyone out here representing what you do and who you are. So I want to say thank all of you for that. My life as SVP is a little bit more smooth now. Thanks to you all. I'm very excited to start working with the people that have been confirmed. So we're just finishing up those cabinet selections. Second, working on selecting a new Chief Justice, and then also a new Associate Justice for Jake Court. And then honestly, I'm just working with meeting administrators and other student leaders. I just had a meeting with the president of the MSC today, and we talked about vision and how to make this campus better today. And one question I'm asking a lot of people is, what's important to you? And we're trying to work and build better campuses to that, so I'll make sure to keep you updated on those things as they come along. But in the meantime, I can speak fast. I hope that cleared everything up in less than 2 minutes. I yield the floor.
Do you have any questions for our student body president? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now have an executive report from the Speaker of the Student Senate, which is me. Oh, yeah. Well, howdy, Senate. I'm going to try to keep it brief as well. So first thing I want to talk about is that I'm going to be appointing 2 ad hoc committees at this next meeting. The first one is Senate History Ad Hoc Committee. We have not really updated our history since, I believe, 2009, and I think that needs to change. I ran on that, and so I'm going to be appointing the committee. So if you are very interested in learning about Senate and what we've done in the past, especially when it deals with policy, I'd ask you to reach out to me, especially if you want to be the chair of this ad hoc committee. The second one will be the Senate Reunion Ad Hoc Committee. This is an ode to speakerhood, which this was something that was very important to him, and so that we're keeping it going on. So if you want to be a part of the Senate Reunion Committee, since it's the second session, we're going to be trying to bring old senators back for either a tailgate or some type of event. And so if you're interested in working on that and even being the chair, I ask you to reach out to me too. Last but not least, most important, because I want to get to know each and every one of you, and I also want to get your contact information. I want everybody, I'm going to give you my number, I'm going to say my number out loud, and I want each and every one of you to text me your name by Friday. I just want, I still want it in my phone. So my number, get your phone down, please. 979-418-8216. And so, guys, if you ever need anything, ever have a question about legislation or something that's going on in the Senate, what's up? Oh, sorry. Anyway, and do you need it again? Okay, 979-418-8216. And so, guys, if you ever need anything, Senate or otherwise, I'll be here for you. And so, get in touch with your name by tomorrow, please. So, with that, I give the floor.
All right, the floor has been yielded to. Are there any questions for Speaker Clark? Okay, seeing none, we will now move. Yeah, we're gonna move on.
That's all good. We'll now move into a period of closing roll call.
Alrighty, so two really quick things before I go through closing roll call. From Kaylin, please do not, once you're dismissed, please don't congregate in this area because the building is closed. So if you want to go chat in the lobby. And the second thing is for placards, same deal as last time. Please do not, don't do the staff thing. If you are new to the 70th session, placards go in the front. If you're filling the vacancy for the 69, placards go in the back on the staff table. All right, SDC Brooks.
Howdy.
Joseph Smith. Speaker Clark.
Howdy.
Myself. Chair Johnson.
Howdy.
Chair Day. Howdy. Chair Abdullah.
Howdy.
Senator Amit.
Howdy.
Anderson.
Howdy.
Andrus.
Howdy.
Marambula. Howdy. Argamity.
Howdy.
Banks.
Howdy.
Becky.
Howdy.
Beerenbaugh.
Howdy.
Black.
Howdy.
Redmeyer.
Howdy.
Brown.
Howdy.
Camp. Howdy. Castleman.
Howdy.
Christie. Tonga.
Howdy.
Collins. Compton. Howdy. Cook.
Howdy.
Cox. Cruz. Howdy. Diamontaras.
Howdy.
Cherry Economides.
Howdy.
Edmondson.
Howdy.
Evans.
Howdy.
Hale.
Howdy.
Hogue. Howdy. Julian Hogue. Howdy. Hernandez.
Howdy.
Ingrati.
Howdy.
Hall. Howdy. Cole.
Howdy.
Jacobson.
Howdy.
Leon. Here. Julia Crow. Howdy. Olivia Crow.
Howdy.
Lisa Vaya. Little.
Howdy.
Maples.
Howdy.
McCabe.
Howdy.
Haskell. Howdy. Roy. Wizzy.
Howdy.
Moore. Howdy. Oh, sorry, Morgan Moore. Howdy. Jordan Moore. Howdy. Moreno.
Howdy.
Crystal. O'Shea.
Howdy.
Stay in order. Pardo. Parker. Peterson. Phillips. Ramirez.
Howdy.
Romoso.
Howdy.
Robert.
Howdy.
Rossi.
Howdy.
Salazar. Serrano. Chastain. Mark. Please stay in order.
So I'm going to get everybody.
Howdy.
Yeah, definitely. Got it then. I'll see you then. I'll see you tomorrow. Howdy, y'all. Yeah, I see you. Yeah.
My dad was actually a senator in 85 years. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
You said that
I mean, if
I would love to
I really would love to sit down and talk to you, especially, I mean, since that's part of celebration. Thank you so much. Thank you for stepping up. I'll see you. I'll see you. What's up, man? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Okay. So, Jacob. Am I saying that Rose? Ross. Cool. I have you down, and we'll be contacting.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll see you.
Thank you.
Hey, I'll see you.
Yeah, have a good weekend.
Yeah, you too. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Cool. I'll see you. I know it's gonna be a good year. It is. I'll see you. What's up, Howard? What's up?
What's up, Joe?
Probably not. I probably can never go at an 8 a.m.
Oh, I do too.
Oh, you just like.
See, what I do is like, I don't have classes till like 3 to 5:30.
Congratulations.
So, during my bus route. And then hours.
Oh, yeah.
There's no way. I try to take like as detailed as I could.
Am I allowed to this?
It's like nice and
About this?
Yeah, I mean, I was really interested. It's a little bit, but I know we're trying to